Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? again, because I might be tempted. Always get me into these situations again, because I might be tempted. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything but me. But me. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? I've got no place to be alone, my friend. He cut his wrist instead. There's your answer. You better save yourself, or else nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Yo, what's up? You know I do. Dude, the Mets, they won. Let's go. A denial. These are not my words. Most of the time. And permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Dude, how we doing, people? Fucking A, bro. Wednesday night? It is Wednesday, is it not? Dude, I will get on a better schedule soon. I'm working on it, dude. Love the arrangement. I'm in love. Let's go. Thank you, Eli. Woo! Mariners won, too. Do you need anything like I need you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Dude, a tribute. All right? A tribute to the Mets. Dude, I felt like I was watching history, boss. Seriously. They had not won in 12 games, and you realized that people were blaming Mamdani, okay? Because of, you ready? Let me show you this. Because the fucking right-wingers are tools, okay? But, look at this shit. So Mamdani, okay? Mamdani, like, hugged the mascots. And then right-wingers, when they started losing games, they started blaming Mamdani. Because, of course, like, right-wingers in America are fucking morons. Yeah, check this out. So look at this, okay? Look at this shit. Dude, you ready? The curse of the Mambino. It was in the New York Post. Amazons have lost 10 in a row since Mr. Met hugged Zoran. Dude, they literally were calling it the Mamdani curse. Isn't that wild? Dude, isn't that fucking crazy that he hugged the Mets thing and then Fox News, the Mamdani curse? Dude, they're such idiots. Petrozzi, let's go. I mean, it is literally just clownery, guys. It is like clownery. Isn't that wild? So they had an 11-game losing streak, right? Or I guess it was 12 games. But look at this. 11 straight games since Zoran hugged the mascot. The wheels on the bus have come off, right? The Mets are 0-11 since Mr. and Mrs. Met hugged Mamdani. Dude, all of these douchebags, bro. Isn't this crazy? Look at him, dude. Look at this. Look at this. What a loser.
The Mets have lost 11 straight games. And this is now the Mamdani curse. The mayor of New York City, dude, walking in the underbelly of the Mets stadium. And here he is. Oh, Mrs. Met and Mr. Met go in for big hugs with Mamdani, and they appear to be super excited to meet him. Okay? Since that hug happened, since this interaction happened, the Mets have lost 11 straight games. They have not lost since, I think 12 is the record going all the way back in the history of the franchise to 1962. So the Mets are on the midst of the Mamdani curse. They have fallen apart. It's hard to lose 11 straight baseball games, even if you're an awful team. The Mets are in danger of playing themselves out of entire season competition while we're still looking at April. The Mets,
dude, isn't that crazy? Dude, let's go Sinful! Dude, they need Paula. They do need Paula. They need Paula White prayers. But so anyway, let me tell you the story, guys. So today, Jenny and I went to go see the Mario movie. Okay, you steer clear of New York Post. You hate them, yeah, dude. It's dog shit. That paper is like the National Enquirer. So Jenny and I went to see the Mario movie, and we saw it in 3D, and it was great. The Mariners won while I was in that movie. I was like watching the whatever Gamecast on my phone a little bit, checking in. So the Mariners won. So I came back and I was watching the Mariners highlights. I decided to watch that last inning, right, while I was getting ready to start editing. And that's when I noticed that the Mets were in the bottom of the 8th against the Minnesota Twins, and they was tied. And I was like, fuck it, bro. Let's fucking watch the end of this game. And I think they're going to win this one. And dude, it was pretty crazy.
It was pretty fucking crazy, dude. And they won it, right? I watched them win it. I watched them score the fucking go-ahead run, and then I watched the pitcher in the last inning strike these guys out. Dude, he looked like he was like 12 years old, dude. The pitcher was like really young looking, but it was great. So the curse has been broken. I broke the Mamdani curse, okay? Dude, the Mamdani curse. Isn't that wild? Isn't that crazy? That like, that is the shit that is going on with these guys, that they're walking around, these right-wingers, like having the Mamdani curse. Like, they're such tools, dude. Dude, but all of these right-wingers have been posting this shit, right? All of them, dude, right? Isn't that crazy? Doing newspaper articles about this, right? Dude, even Hannity.
And by the way, the New York Mets, they are on an 11-game losing streak, including right after the mayor met and hugged the team mascot, Mr. Met, at Citi Field.
Dude, isn't it crazy? Like, I guess, guys, you ready? This is what happens when you believe that some bearded dude in the sky is gonna save you from like a lake of fire, right? You walk around thinking like, oh shit, Mamdani curse, oh, the lake of fire. Dude, idiots. Yeah, dude, Sasha Gray for the win, boss. Oh, they're so, right? They are such fucking morons, dude. They are morons. Dude, they're like putting that on the news, man. That like, they're such clowns. Dude. And meanwhile, you know, kids are dying of measles because of RFK Jr., right? We got a brain worm in HHS, and children are dying of measles. That was one of the things here, okay? That was one of the fucking things here that was, right? There was a thing here that was like one of the AI things that said something about this woman accounting the measles death of her daughter. It's like, bro, what are we doing? Just clowns. All right. So that being said, we're going to look at some shit tonight. The Mets curse is off. It's been ended. It's been lifted. Mamdani is back on top, right? And what do we have here? Okay, we have, like, we're going to look at the gubernatorial. We're going to look at Trump, his meltdown, okay? Right? And no, I'm not going to talk about that, right? Claiming all gamers, right? Yeah, I don't know what that means, right? I don't care. He's freaking out about gamers. All right. Dude, fuck gamers. Ready? Let's go. Dude, let's go. All right. So, you ready? Okay. So, look at that. Jen Cole brings out a fun fact. Oh, shit, dude. It was the war. All right. So, here's what we're looking at, guys. Okay? We are going to look at, Trump. Trump is falling apart because of the Virginia thing. There was a court challenge, which I'm sure they knew was coming. Okay. I don't expect the Virginia court challenge to be a huge deal. I mean, the Supreme Court has already guaranteed the other maps. Gerrymandering has been ruled on. So we knew a Trump judge was going to do something. Okay. But Trump had a meltdown. So we have the Virginia aftermath. We also have Donald Trump, the communist, which is pretty wild. Okay, the Trump communist shit is fucking pretty funny because once again, like MAGA, dude, they're so clueless. Trump is off his rocker. We are going to look at the California governor debate. Okay, then there's a scandal at Turning Point USA in Georgia that we're going to look at. I guess the woman who runs the Turning Point chapter in Georgia has resigned. So there's a little TPUSA scandal that, of course, Candace Owens is like, she's piling in, right? And then Erika Kirk was in Grapevine, Texas, okay, back at the site of CPAC and the famous grinder outage of 2026. Erika Kirk was back in Grapevine for this pastor conference. And so I figure we're going to look at that and see if we can find something incriminating or some way we can make fun of Erika Kirk. Because I love making fun of Erika Kirk. Dude, fuck her. She's trying to get that, like, shove Bibles up our kids' asses. So we're going into Grapevine. And to be honest, we may run into Chad Bianco while we're at the grinder outage if we're gonna get real. Okay? Dude, what did Francesca, did you see what Francesca Fiorentini did, dude? Where she was like about Chad Bianco, right? When she posted, word on the street is Chad Bianco is California straight. And I'm like, also known as Republican straight. Dude, isn't that amazing? Also known as Republican straight. Dude, California straight. I mean, we talked about this, guys. We did. Remember it, you know, I will, in the video, I'll put the clip in there, but it was like 2 days ago, we looked at the gubernatorial candidates, and remember we talked about Chad and his mustache and, you know, him perhaps being the 7th village person, you know, his career in the G porn, right? Oh my God, bro. That guy is like so off his rocker. Dude. So we're going to look at Chatty. And by the way, I'm going to say this again. You may have already known this, but my favorite thing about the sheriff from Riverside, Chad Bianco, running for California governor, is that his law enforcement agency is the lowest rated law enforcement agency in the country, dude. Dude, he's a terrible sheriff. His agency is terrible. There's been scandals of, like, you know, the sheriffs work in the jails. There have been scandals of, like, the sheriffs, like, you know, using sex with inmates and shit. He is like this guy is so unqualified. He is just so bad. He is bad at his job. He's not even a good sheriff, right? And like, bro, if you can't be a sheriff, you can't be governor. Anybody could be a sheriff. I'm serious. Anybody could be a sheriff, dude. Give me a fucking break. Easiest job on the planet. Yeah. All right, let me grab my water. Okay, let me grab my water and then we're going in. All right, he is definitely greasy, guys. Dude, he is greasy, right? Used to live in Hemet. Dude, in Hemet, yeah, that's out there, right? Isn't that like Visalia and shit? Isn't Hemet out there? Right? Let's see where that is. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's out by Palm Springs. All right. Yeah, that's Riverside County, boss. Let's go, dude. Dude, Riverside is gnarly, bro. Okay? Dude, Riverside is gnarly. It is. Let me just tell you, and let me just tell you, okay, yeah, no, Visalia is up by Fresno. All right, I was thinking something else. But I like Riverside County is literally the meth capital of California, dude. it's so crazy. Like back in the 90s, you would only go to Riverside, like, you know, if you were looking to score. That's about it, dude. Right? That is like, there's no other reason to go out there. You know? I mean, we would go to Palm Springs. Palm Springs was, you know, pretty cool. We would go to Palm Springs for spring break. That was a pretty standard. And Palm Springs is pretty nice. You know, it goes off during spring break. But Riverside is just beat up. Okay? It was always beat up. Dude, yeah, no, you know, I'm telling you guys, we gotta look at the 𝗏𝗏𝗽𝗏 thing too. I feel like we're gonna have to put a little time in that. Okay? The 𝗏𝗏𝗽𝗏, dude, his meltdown's pretty good. All right, let's start with Trumpy though. All right, we're gonna burn through shit today. I'm gonna try and hit this. I apologize, guys, for the late streams. I know the streams have been late and they've been getting like progressively later, but we're, you know, there's a lot of shit going on here. And so I will be back on a normal schedule pretty soon here, hopefully in the next week. All right. Things have been a little chaotic here. So I'm going to try to get regular. You know, I want to just start at the same time every day, like a regular show, so we can have a sense of normalcy and you'll just always know when it is so you can schedule around it. You know, because I think back in the day, dude, I love Seinfeld. If I sat down at 9 p.m. and turned on NBC and it was like Seinfeld's not starting till 10:30, dude, I'd be like, fuck, bro. I mean, I'd be annoyed with that shit, boss. I would. All right. You ready? So, dude, yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into it, okay? Let's get into this shit. Let's fucking start with Trumpy, okay? Because Trumpy, we're going to look at this fucking bullshit. He started with this tweet, guys. Okay? All right. So here it is. All right. Right there. Oh, no. Nope, that's not it. Is this one. Okay? Once again. Dude. What an idiot, bro. Right? Like clockwork. Okay? Clockwork. A rigged election took place last night in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. All day long, Republicans were winning. The spirit was unbelievable until the very end when, of course, there was a massive mail-in ballot drop. Where have I heard that before? And the Democrats eked out another crooked victory. 6-5 goes 10-1, and yet the presidential election in November was very close to a 50-50 split. In addition to everything else, the language on the referendum was purposefully unintelligible and deceptive. As everyone knows, I am an extraordinarily brilliant person, and even I had no idea what the hell they were talking about in the referendum, and neither do they. Let's see if the courts will fix this travesty of justice. Dude, yes. Dude, what a fucking dink, okay? Trumpy, let's start with the obvious. Number one, you are not brilliant. You are a dumb fuck, okay? You are a complete idiot, and everybody knows it. Your parents knew it, okay? Everybody knows it. So, you know, for starters, extraordinarily brilliant people don't walk around saying, I am an extraordinary brilliant person. Let me tell you how brilliant I am. All right, that's number one. But number two, guys, remember last night? Dude, this is what they do every time. The counties with like 3,000 people count their votes in like 10 minutes. They report that shit. So all of those small counties, the results come in first because it literally takes them a half an hour to count the votes. But when you're counting 200,000 votes, it takes longer. Okay, so yes, counting the bigger cities with more votes where all the Democratic voters are, that always happens at the end. it's like, yo, bro. But of course, and I will say this, you ready, guys? Donald Trump won by 1.4% in 2024. The Virginia redistricting map won by 3%. That is twice as big as Donald Trump's win, which means I guess that Virginia vote was a mandate, right? Remember how they had a mandate? You know, and oh, wait a second, dude, a mandate. Ah, now I know why they call it a mandate. It's like Benny Johnson, Scott Presler, Chad Bianco, Lindsey Graham. They're all getting oiled up. Oh, come here, Trumpy. Oh, come oil up with us. Dude, a mandate. Oh, shit. All right. Yeah, no, I think Virginia was a mandate. That was a landslide mandate. A landslide mandate. That was like a mandate. Okay, like many mandate. Let's go. But of course, he screams rigged. Now, there was a judge, okay? There was a judge that did, in fact, slap an injunction on the election results and declaring this thing unconstitutional, yada, yada, yada. But guys, let me just tell you, the Democrat lawyers, everybody knew this was coming. You knew there was going to be a court challenge. It's like the minute this thing got called, I'm sure a lawsuit had already been drawn up. They were ready for it. I'm sure the Dem lawyers are ready for this. Now, we've had these things go to the Supreme Court and, you know, gerrymandering is legal. Okay. It may not be ethical. It may not be fucking desirable, but it's legal. Yeah, dude, that thing is not going anywhere. This decision is not going anywhere. It's like a temporary victory for these clowns. Okay? You know, that's the fact, right? So this is just more belly aching. Okay? This is just more crying from these guys. Okay? Typical crying from the White House. Whiner. Dude, what a fucking whiner they are. Dude, they are such crybabies, boss. They really are, dude. They're such crybabies. Okay, they are. They are so they can get eaten by ticks. That is very specific. I'd watch the video. I would. I think I would watch the video, boss. All right. Let's fucking go, dude. All right. So, dude, what the hell? Dude, Elon is now pumping in like bathing suits on the For You page. You see that? Dude, what is Elon doing, bro? He's like, yeah, bro, it's not that I don't like fucking women in bathing suits, but like, this is my news timeline, homie. Dude, Elon's trying to fucking just make this website like the worst thing possible. Dude, he is. Dude, Elon is like, I'm telling you right now, that guy's a pedo, okay? He is. Now, yeah, speaking of the gerrymandering, let's look at the AOC clip, guys. You ready? AOC right here. This is a great clip, dude. All right? This was earlier today. Pablo Reports was talking to people, and that's right, midnight. That is Elon's timeline. But normally Elon doesn't do that shit, though. You know, he doesn't. He normally doesn't pump that shit. You know, and again, I have nothing against women in bikinis. It's just, you know, I use Twitter. I use Instagram, right? If I want to see women in bikinis, you go to Instagram. It's not Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Twitter is like my news feed. Believe me, you know, I know my way around, like, you know, whatever.
Around ethical campaigns.
What do you make of Republicans saying that Virginia, you guys getting
Wow.
Totally unconstitutional
Listen,
and wrong.
Democrats have attempted and asked Republicans for 10 years to ban partisan gerrymandering. And for 10 years, Republicans have said no. Republicans have fought for partisan gerrymanders across the United States of America, and these are the rules that they have set. And so if the Republican Party wanted to start this, they did this in North Carolina. They drew out 3 Democratic members of Congress in North Carolina. They drew out in Texas. They redid Texas. What they're just mad at is that they have been accustomed to a Democratic Party that rolls over, doesn't fight, and takes everything sitting down. And what they're mad at right now is that we are here in a new day. And we have been asking the Democratic Party to stand up and fight, and now they did, and now the Republican Party doesn't like the fact that they are fighting against someone who actually will stand up for the American people.
See, I want to pause here because I want to point this out. Because I know we sometimes get down on the process. The Dems don't have a lot of power. They haven't had power. And people are like, the Dems aren't doing enough. The Dems aren't doing enough. Let me just say that I have seen in my life many times where the Republicans go low and they go dirty and they gerrymander or they fuck around. They become obstacles. They block shit. And the Dems just take the high road. And the Dems have not taken the high road. There have been multiple shutdowns. They had to run DHS through reconciliation. Now they're making a deal with the Dems for FISA. Right? I mean, they have been playing hardball with like no power. And the states stepping up with, you know, Gavin Newsom in California fighting and winning a map. Virginia fighting and winning a map. Virginia playing fucking real gutsy to win those elections with Spanberger and Jay Jones, even though they were like attacking Jay Jones about the nasty texts, and Jay Jones didn't step down. You know what I mean? Like they have done a lot of things differently this time where they have stood up and dude, in Utah, they stood up and they got the map reversed and they added a Dem seat. I mean, like some shit, I gotta say, I've been a little bit impressed, okay? I'm not gonna get ahead of myself because we have a long way to go. And what really is gonna matter to me, guys, is what they do when they get back in power, okay? That's where, like, if you're ever gonna see me get hard on the Democratic Party, it's going to happen when they get back in power, okay? Because I am not gonna be as forgiving when we have the power and we have a chance to actually then take the reins of that expanded executive and really like drive some shit home. But they really have been fighting, okay? And this is like, it's been making me fucking happy. And by the way, I love this woman's hair, dude. I don't know who this woman is, but dude, look at her hair. Dude, this hair is amazing. All right, this hair is amazing. It's got me excited.
So if Republicans decide that they would like to revisit a ban on stand up for the American people. So if Republicans decide that they would like to revisit a ban on partisan gerrymandering, I welcome them. We have the bill right here to end this all today, but they don't want to because they like pursuing and continuing to enact an unfair electoral landscape. And so we have an obligation to defend ourselves.
Yeah, there you go. And that's true, guys. Okay? They have a bill to end gerrymandering like literally ready to go. Okay? If the Republicans said we want to end gerrymandering now, the bill's there. We could end that shit tomorrow. But guys, the Republicans don't want to because they have been like, they have used it to control state landscapes. If you go into like the South, you go into the Midwest, you go to Wisconsin. The state is 52% blue and their state legislature was 68% Republican. Okay, their state legislature had super majorities because they gerrymandered a 52% blue state into a 68% red state legislature so they could override the governor's veto. I mean, they are just despicable with their minority rule, just like the goddamn slave owners that they have descended from, okay? Because we know the slave owners way back in the day were the Southern Democrats, but we also know that all those Southern Democrats like Strom Thurmond jumped into the Republican Party after the Civil Rights Act. And they're doing the same shit. They're trying to have the tiny number of people like control everything. They want that minority rule so they can shove Bibles up our asses, okay? And try to make us live in the same shame that they do. But dude, we are not doing it, okay? There will be no shame. Sorry, MAGA, right? You guys, you get the shame train, bro. Dude, I am like sick of these clowns, bro. I am. All right. Dude, let's go. Dude. And oh, Marshall, I forgot to give you that, boss. Let's go, dude. And Eli, you kicked us off too. That's for you. I will get the dance party goal going. All right. Got you guys. Let's get that kick in. All right. But yeah, no, they are, guys. They are upset. Okay. They are upset that, the Dems are not taking it, sitting down like they normally do. They are mad. But I have a real simple philosophy, okay? I'm a real simple philosophy, and that's fuck you, MAGA. It's my philosophy for all MAGA. Fuck you. All right? Fuck off. Dude, yeah, no more fair play, okay? Now, Pine Box Dance Party! Party Paula! Let's go! Dude, Paula! Show us your tongue, baby! Come on, Paula!
Hey!
Sakatara. All right. Dude, you ready, guys? In other news, the Trump admin is falling apart, okay? Kristi Noem got fired. We got Kash Patel is on the ropes. Dude, Steph sells stuff by the seashore. Let's go. Thank you, Steph. So, dude, Jason's. Go Dems. Yeah, I agree with you, Tommy. Let's go, Jason's. So, dude, Tulsi Gabbard is getting fucking shit canned as well, okay? And this is insane to me, guys. Okay, Tulsi just engineered, okay? Tulsi Gabbard just engineered the fucking, right? She just engineered a fake, like she's doing this fake treason shit. She is like going out of the box to try and like make up some shit about Obama and, the Russia incident. She has gone full tilt, like sacrificing her own, like any future career in order to polish the Trump knob. She's like, Trumpy, come here. Oh, come here, Trumpy. Oh, yeah, there you go, Obama. Obama set you up. Oh, come here. Oh, come here, Trumpy. Dude. She's getting canned. She's getting canned. I mean, it's just weird to me. Like, what makes these people fucking just absolutely, like, they will just like prostrate themselves to the 1000th degree, okay? They will go and just ruin their careers, be completely pathetic, no backbone, just sniveling fucking cowards. And if they're lawyers, they get disbarred. If they're accountants, they go to prison. If they're a government official, they get indicted. And they just do it over and over and over again to for Trump. And then he fires them. Then he shits on them and fires them and throws them under the bus and embarrasses them and fucking, and they just keep going. So, I mean, so basically what's happening, okay, is they are orchestrating a thing. They're saying that Obama and the intelligence community like created a fake narrative about Russia in order to get it investigated. Okay, that's the thing they're going with. That, oh, they didn't have any real evidence, but they insisted there was an investigation anyway, and then they made it look like they had evidence they didn't have. But it's stupid, because here's the deal, guys. The deal is this. Any impropriety with Russia would need to get investigated. So it didn't even matter if they had evidence of something going on. If there was a suspicion that there was some interference from foreign governments, you're going to investigate that. And in the instance of Trump, there were so many connections going back years. So this is all nonsense. And this is very much like the Southern Poverty Law Center thing that's happening now too, okay? Because now they've indicted the Southern Poverty Law Center, but I think what's going to come out in the mix of the Southern Poverty Law Center, I don't want to make too definitive of a statement, but they had informants working inside those right-wing groups, okay? Now, what 𝗏𝗏cie𝗿𝗃𝗀 and this monkey DOJ going on in Trump land are going to do is they are going to try and make those informants that were hired to infiltrate, those right-wing groups for Southern Poverty Law Center. They're going to try to make the informants look like Southern Poverty Law Center was arranging the whole thing, okay? When in reality, dude, they were hiring informants to infiltrate this shit. And dude, like a lot of people do that. Law enforcement agencies do that. Fucking government agencies do that. It's pretty common. Sometimes it's film crews that do that shit. Dude, Kilo Charlie, let's go. Thank you, boss. It is not illegal, okay? It is not illegal to hire informants and to plant moles inside organizations. So that's what they're going to do. Is I think what Tiny Bento says there too is accurate. They are trying to affect those groups, right? Like every group that they can sue can rack up millions in fees, and then that group becomes slightly less effective. Okay, so they're trying to like hammer and hit any like right wing, left wing group they can in order to create a financial strain, the same way that Donald Trump is sending ICE into every blue city trying to hammer the economies as well. Now, what I thought was really interesting was this, guys, okay, because 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗍 was one of the guys involved with Charlottesville and Unite the Right, and he was, the SPLC had been following 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗍 for a long time. And what's really interesting is this, right? Because, they're saying that like, oh, the Southern Poverty Law Center are like making up fake racists. And it's like, yo, remember this at the Turning Point USA, dude, with 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗍, like looking like a geek with all his buddies with their big white boy summer hats? Like, bro, did SPLC make them do this too? Is that not really 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗍? Is that 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍's left testicle like dressed up to look like 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗍? Is that Southern Poverty Law Center with the 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗍𝗍 mask on? Dude, they are clowns, bro. They are clowns. Dude, C-Punk, let's go. It is like, and I mean, isn't it funny, guys? Isn't it funny that they get into the government, and then all of a sudden every single every single like enemy of Trump, every single organization they don't like is just all of a sudden under indictment, getting harassed, threatened with arrest. Like, dude, but they're running out of time, boss. They have 5 months. Yeah, white boy summer. It sounds like a summer that can't dance, isn't any good in bed, and fucking, right? And cries a lot the minute they encounter resistance. That's, dude, white boy summer. There it is. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, dude. All right. I do, though, guys. This is a live shot of MAGA, like, countrywide. Okay. This is a live shot of MAGA as they process the Virginia results. Dude, let's take a moment to feel for them. They're really going through it. MAGA are having trouble comprehending the fucking 10-1. Would love to hear about the recording of your music sometime. Maybe just a short story about it. Let's go, Eli! Will do, boss. I mean, I do sprinkle those stories in every once in a while. Oh, shit, dude. Now, other shit is going on, dude. Hegseth is firing more people. Look at this. Hegseth has now fired his 34th military officer, guys, since he took over the agency. In 1 year, Pete Hegseth has taken a military that was, profoundly good, and this guy who's been in the National Guard for like 6 years and, a drunk Fox News host has fired 34 fucking officers.
Jackie, another breaking story tonight, a shakeup at the Pentagon, another one. The Navy Secretary departing his post. What do we know?
Yeah, the Pentagon spokesman just announced Navy Secretary John Fillon is departing the administration effective immediately, saying, quote, "We wish him well in his future endeavors." It was not immediately clear from this post if he resigned or was fired, but Fox News has learned in the last few moments that he was fired. He had a very close relationship, apparently, with Donald Trump Jr. and just hosted a bridal shower for his fiancée this past weekend in Palm Beach. Fillon was confirmed by the Senate just over a year ago. Undersecretary 𝗙𝗪𝗏 is to assume the role of acting secretary. This marks the 34th military officer that Secretary Hegseth has fired since taking over the agency, Brett.
Dude, even Fox News. Did you see the way she delivered that? Dude, even Fox News is like, what the fuck, bro? The 34th guy. So now he's firing one of Donald Trump Jr.'s friends? That's crazy. Isn't that crazy? And isn't that wild? Like, this guy's close to Donald Trump Jr. So Hegseth is just firing everybody, dude. Dude, everybody. That is wild, dude.
Yeah, John Fallon at Navy Secretary there, and we'll try to get some more details. Jackie.
Yeah, see, you know what's funny about this is you can see, if you notice their reaction, you see their reaction, how like Phelan was not like, he's not like a woke guy, okay? You know what I mean? This is not a woke guy. This is like a guy that the Senate confirmed, well-known, long, storied career. He's, like they said, he's like close with Don Jr. This guy is like in the MAGA ranks. And Hegseth is just whatever. I don't know. He had an extra bottle of champagne and he's just fucking canning everyone. And it's like, guys, we're in the middle of a fucking war, dude, that is heavily dependent upon the Navy, right? The Navy is literally everything, guys. All those planes are taken off from aircraft carriers. The like watching the Strait of Hormuz, all of those missiles, it is like the Navy is like so important in the middle of a war that is like 80% Navy. Hegseth fires the Navy secretary, dude. What a clown, bro. And this is while Trump is meanwhile Trump is like, I'm gonna blow up civilization. I'm ending it all. Oh, 2-week break. Oh no, we're going on indefinite ceasefire. Pakistan told me no, so no more fighting. Oh, we love Iran. We hate Iran. The strait is open. The strait is closed. Oh, the strait is open. Oh, they closed it again. Oh, I'm gonna blow you up. Oh, I love you. Dude, he is so fucked up, bro. I mean, when you think about Trump and Iran, there's no way to negotiate, okay? There is no way to negotiate for the USA. Like, it's impossible to negotiate when your leader is like ping-ponging like he's in a pinball machine. And so there's no leverage to be had when your leader is like leaking fucking, just in every orifice. He's just leaking, okay? It's so ridiculous, dude. Because, we don't want him to blow up civilization, right? Of course, nobody does. But when you say, I'm going to do X in 2 days, and then 2 days come by and you don't do anything, and then you say, I'm going to do Y at the end of the week, and then you don't do anything, and then you say, I'm going to do this, and you don't do it. You say, I'm going to do that, and you don't do it. Pretty soon, people realize, well, there's no point in negotiating with this guy because this guy doesn't even know what he's going to do, okay? This guy doesn't even know, this guy doesn't even know what he wants. He has no, there's no center to him. Pine box. Let's go, dude. Blow up, Trumpy. All right, I got you. There he is. Later, Trumpy. Right? And so let's look at his thing. All right. Dude, this is a fucking... This is a... I don't want to get killed with the music there, but... So Trump extended the Iran ceasefire for 3 to 5 days, guys. Right? Like, even think about this. Extending the ceasefire 3 to 5 days. What does that mean? Is it 3 days? Is it 5 days? You know what I'm saying? Is it 3.5 days? Is it 4 days? I mean, yeah, we know he's just trying to hit some money. But yeah, let's watch this without the audio, okay? Dude, what is he saying in Arabic? I love it. $2,000 later. Dude, we got to get some audio here. Hold on.
We are having very great negotiations with Iran. If Iran doesn't come to negotiate, we're going to bomb them.
2,000 years later.
So where are the Iranians?
This is from Iran.
All right. Then I will extend the ceasefire at Pakistan's request.
Dude, oh Jesus, bro. Jesus, of course. He is such a clown, bro. Just the worst negotiator ever. The worst negotiator ever, man. I mean, let's be fair though to Trump, okay? Let's be fair to Trump that he did bankrupt a casino, so him negotiating or having any skill at running anything is pretty obviously like a stretch. This guy is about as incompetent as it gets. So now, right, he's like 3 to 5 days, okay? 3 to 5 days from Trumpy. All right. And then, of course, there are more stories here. Iran still has more military capacity than Trump admin is admitting publicly. And I mean, that's really at the root of this. Stop stupidity. Let's go. 11-11, baby. All right, we need 23-11. But everybody knows he's lying about their military being decimated. He doesn't have a solid objective. Okay, if any news person asks Trump tomorrow or any other day, what is your final objective? When is this war over for you? What is the U.S. trying to accomplish? They cannot answer that question. They still cannot. It's been 6 weeks and they cannot answer that question, guys. Okay, they cannot. But I do appreciate them making a fool out of them. Dude, look at Cenk Uygur in here. He's like, oh, the corporate media. Oh, right? Dude, and Trump says, will President Trump go full Sherman in the war on Iran? Dude, Trump is like the Shermanator, dude, from the... Dude, we've been watching the American Pie movies. That's Trump, dude. The Shermanator. Oh, shit. And today he said that like 8 women are being freed, but whatever. All right, let's see, dude. Dude, Caroline Leavitt, what is she doing?
I want to ask you about these ships that Iran seized. We're continuing to get reporting on this.
Dude, look at her lips, bro. Dude, I think she got new lips, boss. You see that shit? Dude, she got new lips, bro. I think she got, like, those are some sausage lips, dude. I'm serious. They are like made out of 𝗙𝗫𝗄𝗆 𝗙𝗆𝗆. Look at that. Bro, dude, Clavicular would be quite proud. He would be like, holy shit. Dude, that's like a bicycle pump lips right there, dude. You know what I mean? Or I'm serious. Dude, those are 𝗙𝗫𝗄𝗆 𝗙𝗆𝗆.
Does the seizure of 2 ships, as we said, they were Greek and Mediterranean owned ships with cargo on them, and the reports are that Iran basically seized them and then moved them into Iranian waters. We don't know what's going to happen to these crews. We're not sure where all of this is going. Does the president view that as a violation of the ceasefire?
No, because these were not U.S. ships. These were not Israeli ships. These were 2 international vessels. And for the American media, who is sort of blowing this out of proportion to discredit the president's facts that he has completely obliterated Iran's conventional navy, these 2 ships were taken by speedy gunboats. Iran has gone from having the most lethal navy in the Middle East to now acting like a bunch of pirates. They don't have control over the strait. This is piracy that we are seeing on display. Oh, they don't have control over the strait. They just grab 3 ships with their speedy gunboats. dude, what are we doing, dude? Ella, let's go. The world will be better off without Trumpy. It will indeed. Like, when the Trumpy era is over, the world will heal. But speedy gunboats, guys. And the naval blockade that the United States has imposed continues to be incredibly effective. And to be clear, the blockade is on ships going to and from Iranian ports. And the point of this is the economic leverage that we maintain over Iran now. While there's a ceasefire with respect to the military and kinetic strikes, Operation Economic Fury continues. And the crux of that is this naval blockade. We are choking their economy. We are strangling their main source of revenue. They can't pay their own people. They're losing $500 million every single day. Karg Island is completely full of oil because they can't transport it to and from. So the president, the cards are in his hands. Yeah. And dude, Steph sells. Let's go. So guys, we are led to believe that all the cards are in the president's hands, and yet no deal, right? I mean, all right, that's interesting. No deal. All the cards are in our hands, but no deal. And they're making videos
that are punking Trump. So I don't think they're too stressed out about it, right? But so again, he did post this AI images of these women saying that 8 women protesters are like saved because of him. Now, what I will say is what Trump did not do is he did not post pictures of the 200 schoolgirls that they killed with, missiles when they fired on that school a couple weeks ago. So, right? So, I mean, it remains to be seen what's going on here, but mostly it's just more lies. We do have to pivot, though. You ready? Dude, she has some 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗂𝗍 𝗪𝗡. Dude, those are, I'm telling you right now, guys, we got to focus in and get this dance party. But these are, in the industry, we call these Hillshire Farm lips. Okay? Those are some lips by Hillshire Farms. Let's go, baby. Oh, let's go, dude. Oh, my God. Hold on. You ready? We got like 5 minutes. Let's hit it up. Hold on. I want to try something real quick. Let me try something real quick here. Hold on. Steph, let's go. All right. Dude, I asked Grok to make a picture, and that's what it came up with. Dude, Elon's AI sucks, bro. I'm like, give me a picture of Caroline Levitt with Hillshire Farms 𝗙𝗪𝗏 𝗪𝗡 as lips. And that's what Elon's AI came up with, dude. Dude, it's the worst fucking AI on the planet, bro. Elon, dude, you spent like $5 billion and it's just dog shit, dude. It's more like a Hillshire Farms mustache, right? All right, 4 minutes, guys. Let's go. We need 17, baby, in 4 minutes. Dance party tease. Let's go. Let's go. There's a sample. Oh, dude, Steph. Let's go. Steph coming in hot. Dude, we got 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏 Caroline Lies. Let's go, dude. Dude, 𝗙Punk 1111. It's that magic number, baby. Dude, let's get it. Let's get it, dude. 3 minutes. This is it. Yeah, Elon does have a skill does have a skill at government subsidies. Yeah, dude. 𝗙Punk LFG. I don't know why, dude. Elon's Grok is so bad at, like, it should be very easy to find photos of these famous people, but it can't, right? And that is probably what created the 8 women. Ella, let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Ella, mother of Vincent 𝗪𝗡. Off to work. Good show, boss. Thank you. Have a great day at work. All right, guys. 2:30, 14 away. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We got this. We got this. Hey-oh. Hey-oh. Daylight's coming. Me wanna go home. Two minutes. Oh, shit, bro. Here we go. And yes, I know. I know you use a normal photo. Even then, though, it like fucks shit up often, right? But it should be able to pull a photo. Right? Steph, let's go! Oh, shit. 2 minutes, guys. 12 away, 13 away. All right. Here it comes. Here it comes. Dude. Then we're going to look at the gubernatorial debate. Shit, 1:30, minute and a half. down to the bottom, down in crunch time, 120. Good at starving the world's poorest children to death. He is. I mean, he's good at just wrecking shit. Dude, 𝗙PUNK, let's go. Bacon grease the wheels of power. Dude, bacon grease the wheels of Trump. Can I tell you what I saw today? 1 minute, guys. 12 away. Oh, shit, here we go. What we saw today was we saw a car that had a skeleton attached to the front bumper. So when it was driving at you, you just saw the skeleton splayed out as though the car had hit somebody. And I thought, wow, putting a Trump wig on the skeleton would have been like an amazing touch. Dude, 𝗙𝗏𝗄𝗏, FDJT, let's go. 40 seconds, 11 away. Oh shit, here we go. Crunch time, 30 seconds, 29, 27. I'm going to get the timer ready. We're going to have to add an extra minute. Let's go, dude. Sinful. Love this community, boss. Appreciate you. We love you too. 15 seconds. Let's go, 𝗙PUNK. Let's go. 9 away. All right. 1 minute timer. Here it comes. And we're out. There we go. All right. The timer continues. 8 away. Let's go, Eli. Let's go. Yes. 7 away. Let's go, baby. Here's to the banana loaders. Let's go. Dude, appreciate it. Deo is a Deo is a Deo. All right. 7 away, baby. 6 away. Wilfred, let's go. 28 seconds. Little wax on. 5 away. Let's go, 𝗙PUNK. Oops, twice. All right, let's get a Paula in here since we're only 5 away. We're going to reset that timer one more time. Sakatara, sakatara. 4 away, Wilfred. Let's go. Did I cover any songs when I was performing? I did. Many over the years. Many. Right? Some of the better ones were we did a cover of Fleetwood Mac's Dreams, like a power trio cover. Let's go, 𝗙𝗏𝗄𝗏. Let's go. 3 away, guys. That there was like a power trio cover of Dreams by Fleetwood Mac. That was really good. And a Crazy by 𝗙𝗏𝗄𝗏 Klein. 2 away. Let's go. We're going to reset it one more time. And the one I did the most, dude, Engrain. Let's go, baby. Mariners win. 1 away. The one that I did most was when I toured. Okay. I used to do a very specific cover when I toured, where at the time Bright Eyes was like really popular and he was one of my favorite artists. And I used to play with a bunch of his friends from Omaha. I had a lot of friends from the Omaha music scene. Dude, let's go. Thank you, 𝗙PUNK. And so what I used to do is on my main tours, when I toured as the Wanteds as a one-man indie rock band, let's go, shall we? I would, Bright Eyes, the Connor Oberst is the guy. And so he was in a band called 𝗍𝗫𝗍, and the bass player of 𝗍𝗫𝗍, Landon Hedges, was in a band called Little Brazil. And the guys in Little Brazil were my friends, and we used to play around the country. And so then I would play Oliver's, which was like the bar they all hung out at in Omaha. And like, so I was like in the center of that fucking Omaha scene. Like a lot of those guys were my friends. But I loved Bright Eyes. And he had this one song called Lua, okay, about like, you know, living in New York City and kind of like doing the sort of like drug party, like hipster circuit in New York City. And so what I used to do at all of my shows on tour is I would play the full electric set. And then at the end of the electric set, I would grab my acoustic guitar and I would jump off stage and I would walk through the crowd to the other end of the building and wait for the crowd to come over and like make a semicircle around me. And then I would finish it off with this pretty rousing rendition of Lua, which is a pretty mellow song, but I would play it with like mellow verses and an aggressive chorus. And so I'd finish my set with an acoustic song. And I did that Bright Eyes cover. And dude, it just fucking killed, man. Oh my God, it fucking killed. Dude, it's this song. Here, I'll show you. This is the song. I used to sing the chorus. I'm not going to play it, but I used to sing the chorus a little more aggressive than he does, but it's a beautiful song, dude. Okay, it is right here. Hold on, I'm gonna mute it. There it is. Fucking great song. Highly recommend it. Right? Yeah, it's good shit. It's good shit, dude. Dude, I did a really good version of that song too, because I used to do the verses like super chill, and then I would like pound into the chorus with like sort of, you know, like Green Day-ish, like down strumming, right? Oh, fucking love that shit. Dude, I loved Omaha, man. Omaha in the early 2000s just had a lot of good music. A lot of good music coming out of that city. Was he? I don't think he was. Yeah, I don't think he was. All right, you ready? Let's go to the gubernatorial fucking debate. '60s, '70s, and '80s. Let's go. All right, there we go. Dude, I have not watched this, so I am in blind, okay? I just scrolled through it to see if there were any reporters talking or if it was just the debate. So we're going in blind. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing. We may jump by it, and we made the dance party goal. We did make it. Bunch of goobers. Let's go. And no, they were the all of the stuff in Omaha was Saddle Creek. Okay? Right? Saddle Creek was like the big Omaha record label. I don't know what Wichita Records is, but in Omaha, Saddle Creek was like their big local, that good label too. Music is not what it used to be. I don't know, man. I mean, it's weird. Music is like, I feel like music ebbs and flows, right? And so I think, you know, music goes in cycles where it's like revolutionary, and then it becomes imitative, and then it like sort of becomes like mundane, and then it becomes revolutionary again. And like, right? That's kind of what I've seen is what happens is somebody breaks the mold, okay? Somebody breaks the mold, and then, right, after they break the mold, it, you know, music is free and crazy, and then everyone starts imitating everything that is successful, and then eventually it gets played out, and it gets mundane until somebody comes around and like blows that shit up again. Now I think you can find really good music. You just got to know where to find it. Like I think, guys, the best way to find new music now, okay? I think the best way to find new music now is TikTok and Instagram. Like the shorts are really the best way. Now, it's like finding it is what's hard, right? You know, like it used to be, you know, when I was younger, you just found it on the radio, okay? You had one source. You'd hear it on the radio. Oh, I like that. Or you discover it by, you know, reading the music magazines, right? There were a lot of music magazines like Kerrang and shit like that, right? So you'd read the music magazines or you'd hear it on the radio. Then, you know, they added MTV, and then MTV was like a place to find it. And then around the time MTV got popular, they had like alternative like rock stations and alternative DJs. Like sometimes a rock station would have a DJ on like one night a week from like 10 to midnight or midnight to 2 a.m. And he would be playing all kinds of shit you never heard from fucking London or wherever. And so that, I used to do that a lot. Or you'd go to college radio like KXLU. And dude, MTV, yeah, was huge. 120 Minutes was a great way of finding bands. You know, that show, Ricky Rackman had Headbangers Ball, if you were into that shit. Then it became about, you know, the web. Yeah, like MySpace. And now I feel like shorts are the way to go. You miss Napster? I've never used Napster, guys. I mean, I was a musician. I didn't really want to engage in that peer-to-peer shit because that was like, you know, as like starving the small artists, right? Napster. And I mean, I get it. It's convenient for people to be able to have access to shit. But as an artist, it's nice to like still be able to make money, you know. But now I think if you want to find new music, you find it on TikTok and you find it on, you know, I find a lot on Instagram Shorts and TikTok. You know what's so funny, guys? You know what's crazy is I found one of my favorite songs recently on a 𝗙lie Kirk video on TikTok. Okay? Dude, I shit you not. Some right-winger made a 𝗙lie Kirk video, like this pro 𝗙lie Kirk video on TikTok that had Alex G, a really great Alex G song on it. And like, dude, it's pretty crazy. That's how I found one of my most recent favorite songs, was on a right-wing TikTok about 𝗙lie Kirk. Dude, you gotta take it from wherever, man. Let's go. Can't stream them to a smart TV? Yeah, no, that makes sense. That sucks though, right? All right, you ready? Let's watch the goobers. Let's watch the goobers Notorial. Is Mark Knopfler the greatest guitar player of all time? Nah, not even close, dude. What are you talking about? Knopfler. I don't know. Maybe. I don't really know. Dude, let's go. Are you ready? Let's see what we got here. News Nation, baby. Dude, my favorite guitarist was Dave Navarro. Dude, look at this, bro.
Cost of gas. We pay one of the high cost.
The candidates will answer the questions with the first order determined at random, and their position on stage was determined by polling.
Our first topic tonight is the cost of living in California, and that includes the high cost of gas. We pay one of the highest gas taxes in the country, about 61 cents per gallon. That money goes to pay for road repairs and public transportation.
Dude, look at Bianco, bro. Look at Bianco, dude. Oh my God, bro. He is so fluffy. Like, This guy is Benny Johnson's fucking hand guy, dude. No way, bro. Yosemite Sam? Dude, oh shit. Dude, I met Carlos Santana in fucking San Francisco. There was a hotel I used to stay at that was like really fancy, that had a view of like both bridges. It was kind of expensive, but it was really nice. It was down by the Tenderloin. And so it was still in a rock and roll neighborhood, but it was like super fancy. And I like expensive, like 5-star hotels. I do. I've got a thing for nice hotels with a view. I love that shit. But anyway, me and Carlos Santana shared an elevator, right? He had his guitar case. We shared an elevator up to the same floor. And then we got in and I was like talking to him and I waved goodbye to him and he opened the door and this woman screamed and was like, ah, what are you doing? And I guess they gave him the key to a room that had people in it. He like swiped the card and some woman was coming out of the shower. And Carlos Santana walked in on her while she like had no clothes on. Can you imagine? Like what a story to tell about being in a fancy hotel in San Francisco and you come out of the shower and Carlos Santana like walks in on you. I mean, I don't think she knew it was Carlos Santana, but still, once she found out, I'm sure that like she wasn't so mad about it. But dude, he was so funny. He was. He's like a charmer. All right, you ready? You ready? Let's go. I'm sure though, I bet that woman got like free spa treatments. Like that's the thing too, guys. In those fancy hotels, if something gets fucked up, they like give you like a bunch of free shit. I bet that woman got like free meals, a free spa treatment or two. You just know, dude. They like, I don't know. They're cool. Dude, I love those nice hotels. I have a thing, dude. I have a weakness for nice hotels. All right. Swipe a credit card, get in there and fucking, right? Live it up, dude. All right. You ready? Let's go. Here we go. Here we go.
Mr. Steyer, the first question of the night goes to you. Should we cut the gas tax? You have 60 seconds.
Let me say that the reason that gasoline is so expensive, that our president, Donald Trump, has started an insane war in Iran and driven up the cost of gasoline for everybody in California. That has put $70 billion into the pockets of the oil companies who actually put him in the presidency. Californians are suffering across the board. The biggest problem in California is that the Californians can't afford to live here anymore. The answer on this is not to give up the gas tax, but actually to have a windfall profit tax on the oil companies who have been ripping us off for decades. That's on the books. We can activate it right away. We can get the money, and we should send it directly back to California citizens. The problem we have here is a president who's out of control, who's driving up costs across the board, and we actually need to take on the special interest oil companies who are taking advantage of Californians and making $70 billion more because of this war.
Mr. Steyer.
I do want to say I love that he's wearing these fucking shoes. Dude, I love his shoe choice, Bo. He's got a fucking suit on and he's wearing the fucking kicks. Now, let me just tell you, like, I mean, my thing is I think gas taxes, I don't see anything wrong with gas taxes, guys. I really don't. I mean, they're a way to raise tax revenue. I think the other thing about gas taxes is they encourage people to buy fucking cars that are economical, okay? Seriously. Buy cars that are economical, okay? Buy cars that don't guzzle gas, all right? And so you do need income sources. And, you know, a gas tax is one of those things where, you know, it can raise a lot of money and it encourages people to buy cars that are better for the environment, okay? I just think you don't want to eliminate that shit. You don't want to eliminate income, okay? I think getting income from, you know, the oil companies is actually a good idea, right? But
thank you.
That's
Ms.
just
Porter, what is your position on the gas tax? You have 60 seconds.
Affordability is not a buzzword for me. It's been my life's work, sitting across from families who have been pushed into bankruptcy by bills they couldn't pay, helping families avoid foreclosure or eviction when they were cheated by subprime lenders. It is too expensive to live in California, and I get that. I'm a single mom of 3. I push a shopping cart and I fill up my minivan, which has nearly 180,000 miles on it. I absolutely feel these pressures, and I think we need to do something about it. But I also want to be clear, 82% of Californians don't breathe clean air today. And when we look at what that's costing our healthcare system, what that's costing people, we have to continue to make investments in having the cleanest fuel that we possibly can. So I absolutely think we ought to be thinking about how to move away from fossil fuels, and that means moving away from a gas tax and replacing that with the general fund taxes.
That's true. She's not wrong either. By the way, guys, she looks a little nervous. I did message Katie Porter, though. I did message Katie Porter, though, and tell her that, like, you know, I thought she could, like, win her way back into the Democratic Party if she dropped out. I did, because she's not going to win, and I really love her, but I want her to be back in the good graces of the Democratic Party, and I think she pissed a lot of people off when she ran against Adam Schiff, and then she lost her House seat, and then, you know, she got all this negative press, and she is like really, really powerful. Like, we need her back in the game. And so I sent her a long message, guys, saying, hey, I think you should think about, like, dropping out and campaigning with Tom Steyer and, you know, getting yourself back in the center of the Democratic Party. And you should try to, like, work out. Like, I know some people are, like, cold shouldering you. And no, she has not blocked me. Here, let me see here. It is a long tweet. I don't even know if she'll see it, right? I'll be honest. I don't even know if she'll see it, but it is, dude, here it is. There it is, to Katie Porter, right? It was several paragraphs where I'm like, hi, Katie, or Katie's staff. I hope this message finds you. And I talked a little bit about me and what went on with Hillary. And I talked a little bit about how, here's the deal, like, we need you back in politics. And I feel like you're in this weird in-between space because some people think you were level jumping. And so I hope you do this, or I think you should consider doing this, because I think it would solve a lot of the issues you have right now and you know, get you back into Congress or back into government where we need you, because you did really function in this important role. So we'll see. I don't know. I do that, though. I do reach out. I did the same thing to Hillary Clinton when Trump started running Bernie's campaign. I messaged Hillary's campaign and said, hey, I think you should hire me to make some videos in the Midwest, because Donald Trump is running Bernie Sanders' campaign against you in the Midwestern states, and I think he's going to beat you if you don't counteract this. And they fucking replied back to me thanking me for the suggestion, but they didn't hire me, okay? And hey, man, you know, maybe if they had hired me to make some videos back in 2016, maybe Hillary wins. But I did warn them, okay? I did. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, yeah, that was a good answer, though, all right? Oh, shit, dude. Loomer lost her defamation case. Good. We'll have to look at that. All right?
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, you support temporarily suspending the gas tax. Some, including the candidates on the stage tonight, have called that proposal unserious. What's your response? You have 60 seconds.
Well, Nikki, Frank, it's great to be here with you this evening. I'm the only candidate on this stage who has called for suspending the gas tax and reforming it so it no longer is the most regressive tax in California that's putting an undue burden on working families.
I mean, that is an issue with gas taxes. They are regressive. There's no doubt about that.
The one I grew up in. Look, I'm in this race because we deserve better answers. We deserve better answers than we've been getting from the other candidates on this stage. We don't need a billionaire who made his money in private prisons and oil and gas that he's now supposedly against, or Trump's hand-picked candidate or a DC insider who the Sacramento establishment is now rallying around. Let me tell you who I am. I grew up in Watsonville, working class family. My mom was a teacher. My dad was a union mailman. I know what it means when gas prices go up $1 or $2 unnecessarily. I'll reform the gas tax so it's no longer the poorest, hardest working people in our state who are paying an unfair share to maintain our infrastructure.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Frank.
Mr. 𝗙𝗍𝗪, you have said you don't support suspending the gas tax. Why? You have 60 seconds.
Frank, we need to make sure our roads, our highways, the potholes, we take care of business, because every day people get in their cars, they take transit, they need to get to work, they need to come home. The last thing they need to see is an infrastructure for roads and transportation that doesn't work. I remember when my parents would tell me the stories of when they came with $12 in their pocket. They had to make a life here. They needed to make sure California could work for them. Let's make sure Donald Trump is not starting reckless wars to keep the prices of gasoline down. By up to $2 a gallon, we can reduce the price if that war in Iraq that Donald Trump started would go away. My parents looked at things like this and said, hey, help me make a living here in California. That's why they were able to, at the end of the day, send my 3 sisters and I to college, buy a house, make it so that they could retire here in California. We need to bring down those prices, but we have to do it the right way. I'll make sure as governor I tackle these crises, because I've been through these crises before and had to handle them. We need someone with experience.
See, I like Xavier Becerra. I do, but Xavier Becerra reminds me of the most politician-y of, you know what I'm saying? Right? He is very Democratic politician-y. Dude, when I see him, I'm like, he is such a politician. He is manicured. He speaks really well, and he is like, you know, I don't know. He's got a real Democrat politician look. But yeah, I do like him a lot. The guy in the tennis shoes is Tom Steyer. That's
someone who doesn't need on-the-job training the moment they get into the governor's office.
Oh, here we go.
Mr. 𝗙𝗪, thank you. Mr. Bianco, you have said you want the total elimination of the gas tax. How would we fund roads and bridges? You have 60 seconds.
So funding roads and bridges is a fundamental responsibility of government. We need to get rid of the rest of all the waste, fraud, and the abuse of the rest of government, which...
Dude! This guy is so gay, bro. Yo, dude. Homie. Dude, I am officially opening the Chad Bianco bathhouse. My God, bro. Out of the closet, dude. Out of the closet now. Okay? You notice the first thing I notice about him, what did he do? He throws in there the waste, fraud, and abuse, right? He starts the sentence, oh yeah, you can't even be original there, Chatty. He is definitely California straight. He is Republican straight. Dude, my gaydar is overheating, bro. There is smoke pouring out of my gaydar. Oh my God, dude. Let's see that again. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Come on, Chatty. Come on, Chatty. Oh, come here, Chatty.
Funding roads and bridges is a fundamental responsibility of government. We need to get rid of the rest of all the waste, fraud, and the abuse of the rest of government, which all of the Democrat policies over the last 20 years, 30 years have created.
Yeah, we need to get rid of all the waste, fraud, and abuse with a good old-fashioned reach around.
We only have the highest gas price in the country because of Democrat policies that are absolutely destroying the oil industry, the automobile industry, and forcing those prices up, forcing our refineries out of the state, forcing our oil companies from drilling in our state. When you send oil, make it into gasoline and send it across state lines, and it miraculously becomes $2 cheaper, you know that your state is the problem.
Yeah, but the difference is California is the 4th largest economy in the world, and Arizona isn't, okay? And sure, it's $2 cheaper in Arizona, but it's also 130 degrees there, and they're running out of water, and they fucking have electricity problems, and flooding, and you know what I'm saying? It's dude, he acts gasoline is not the only indicator. And I do want to address, I don't care that he's gay. Okay, I care that he's closeted. Okay, these Republican closeted guys bother me. Okay, I don't care about a gay person. You know what I'm saying? But when you are anti-LGBTQ and you're closeted gay, that is a problem. That's the hypocrisy. Okay? That is the hypocrisy. All right? You know what I'm saying? And dude, I think I'm getting rid of that guy because that guy was already like dogging on all of the fucking Democratic candidates. That guy, you don't belong here, boss. All right? You need to whatever. You need to go somewhere else, dude. You need to go to Tim Pool's chat and ask for a sniff of his beanie or something.
It is Democrat policies for the last 20, 30 years that are driving the cost of not only gasoline, but the cost of living in California up. We have the highest cost of living in the country because we have had one party, Democrat progressive rule for decades that is destroying this state.
Oh, yeah, because Florida's cost of living is so much lower. Or the cost of living and the quality of life in Kansas is so much higher than California, right? That's what I hear. I hear if you go to Kansas, where every road has like a 3-foot pothole and your kids only go to school 4 days a week, right? What a beautiful fucking state it is when they cut all the income tax and shit. Oh yeah, Kansas. Dude, even the cockroaches are trying to get out of fucking Kansas, bro. Dude, they are lined up. Give me a fucking break, dude. Yeah, the cost of living in all those Republican states. Yeah, let's go to Mississippi and see how nice it is down there, how everybody's booming in the economy down there. Or West Virginia, I heard, is like really banging that Republican government for 30 years. Dude, you get a free chunk of coal, dude, every morning with your breakfast, right? The kids go to school, they get a paper plate with a hunk of coal and, right? A little mask filled with some asbestos. And you're like, oh, thank you. Thank you. Dude, thank you, Jim Justice. Dude, right? Oh, shit, bro. Oh, my God, dude. Yeah, 30 years. Dude, have you been to Kansas? Like, guys, you go to Kansas, you go to these Republican states, right, where like Kobach in Kansas cut all the taxes. It is so fucked up there, guys. You go in there and it's like everybody there is like depressed. They're begging to just fucking please get me out of this fucking state. They're like drowning, right? You know what I'm saying? It's so bad, dude. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad. It's a beautiful state. It's like, it's got a shade of like tan that is beautiful from like the wheat and shit. And you know what I'm saying? It is like the state itself is fucking beautiful, but it is just been gutted. You know, it's like so picturesque. I didn't know you live in Kansas. I'm just talking about like, if you got rid of all the people, the state itself, right? The outdoors of the state are very beautiful, but you'd have to get rid of all the people. But driving through it is pretty, except even on their interstates are toll roads, okay? Their interstates are fucking toll roads, bro. And then there's nothing on them except McDonald's in the center of the freeway. If you drive across the state, all you can get is fast food, right? In the middle of the fucking freeways, boss. Dude, it's crazy. Yeah, no, the MAGA flag, of course, and corrupt cop tweakers. Jesus. But I mean, it's so pretty though, like out in the fucking, in the fields and shit. It is pretty if you got rid of all the people, dude. All right, let's go. Thank you, Chatty.
Mr. Bianco, let me ask clarification one more time. How would we fund roads and bridges if you eliminate the gas tax? You have 15 seconds.
We eliminate all of the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that's going on where our money is being spent now. The number.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's it. So this guy, without evidence, is saying there's enough waste, fraud, and abuse to pay for all the roads. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chatty, but let me just tell you this, buddy. You ready? You're a fucking law enforcement officer. So you're going to have a little bit of evidence. Like, can you show us this proof you have? Like, here, take source, trust me, bro. Oh, yeah, waste, fraud, and abuse. Oh, I left my waste, fraud, and abuse in the gas house, in the bathhouse.
One responsibility of government is public safety. Number two is infrastructure. And if you look at where California spends its money, infrastructure is way down the line. Don't say that the gas tax is funding our roads, because we have the worst roads in the entire country.
Mr. Bianco, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that non-answer. Dude, the answer was like, holy, dude, this is so funny, bro.
Mr. Hilton, you support permanently cutting the gas tax in half. And
dude, how is it that Hilton... Dude, I didn't realize he's like 5'2", bro. Dude, what? How? What is he? Dude, I guess he's 5'7". Dude, he looks like he's 5'2", dude. Look at him. Look at him, dude. Oh my God. Also, dude, Hilton, get a fucking tailor, bro, for your pants, boss. Dude, who tailored your pants, dude? It looks like you have a... Look at him. It looks like he's got a load in there, bro. There's no way that is 5'7". Yeah. I mean, how tall is Katie Porter? Katie Porter is 5'5", dude. Dude, he's lying about his height. Dude. She is 5'5". I think he's like 5'2", dude. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with being 5'2", okay? There isn't. But when you're a Weasley little fucking, like, weirdo fucking foreigner dude who is, like, trying to be governor with no fucking skills whatsoever, that's when 5'2" becomes a problem, okay? When you're walking around with a big stick. But, dude, I have a bigger problem. You ready? I don't think she's wearing heels, guys. She looks like she's wearing flats. Because look at her. The back of her foot is not elevated. I think she has flats on, guys. But Hilton is so smarmy. But look at this. Dude, I don't like guys who fucking, like, don't know how to tailor a suit. I'm serious. I don't like men who don't know how to dress, bro. If you don't know how to dress, it says a lot about your personality. Look at Donald Trump, dude. He doesn't know how to dress. He's a fucking schlump. Dude, even Eric Swalwell, I never liked the guy because he always wore coats that were too small. He turns out to be a serial, like, sex abuser, okay? It is like, dude, you gotta, if you don't know how to look good, if you don't have a sense of style, you shouldn't be leading a fucking state. You know what I'm saying? Like having a personal sense of style is like being aware of how you look, being aware of your presentation. And if you're not aware enough to know that, like, you're a politician, you have to win everybody over. You're supposed to be the guy that everybody trusts in the room. You can't really do that well when you look like a goddamn schlump, bro. That's why, you know what I'm saying? If you're going to lead and you're going to be the big guy, you got to fucking have a debonair, like, you got to have some sense of panache, you know? Right? You know what I'm saying? Right? You care about content of character. I mean, content of character is important too, but I think people that have a sense of style often have better character, okay? Because they're like, you know, they're like how they present themselves is important, you know? I think a sense of style is important.
Eliminating carbon climate policies.
It is character.
With the supermajority of Democrats in the legislature, how would you, as a Republican governor, make any of these changes into law? You have 60 seconds.
We have to make these changes because Californians are being crushed by the gas prices, by the gas tax. We have the highest gas tax in the country for the worst roads in the country. And across the board, we have the highest taxes for the worst results. And you know who's really suffering? It's working Californians. It's small businesses. Most of my career has been in business. I know what it's like to try and run a business. The costs that are being imposed on our businesses and on workers in California is just too much. And one way or another, all the Democrats here are part of this system that obviously isn't working.
Dude, this guy is like such a fucking schnook, bro. Jesus.
We need common sense solutions. We need practical solutions. Why are we importing oil from 7,500 miles away in Iraq rather than using the oil we have here in California? That's the kind of common sense change that as governor, I will be there to persuade.
Dude, he's like, yeah, let's use all our oil. Like, you know, here's the deal. You ready there, Hilton? The deal is this, is if the oil's cheap, you want to use other people's oil and not drain yours. You know what I mean? I mean, there is a reason to import this finite substance, but this guy is such a schlump. I do want to address someone, though. Somebody said something about how they like policy, but like, guys, let me just go back to why I think the dressing thing is important, because, guys, let me tell you that policy is important, but anybody can go up there and talk about policies, okay? But what's important is, can you get your policies through, okay? Can you get people on board with your shit, okay? And that's where I think a sense of style, a sense of grace, a sense of being able to interact with people and being able to schmooze is helpful, because it allows you to work with a lot of different kinds of people to be able to go in and like own the room. And like, because you do have to get policy passed, and you can't really do that when you look like a schlump, right? Like Trump is just a perfect example. He looks like a schlump. He looks frumpy. He's uncouth. He has no sense of personal style. And dude, he never accomplishes anything. Nobody wants to work with him. Everyone's like sniffing his fucking diaper. You know what I mean? He's like an ogre wandering around back there looking for a place. Oh, where can I shit my diaper? Right? I mean, nobody takes you seriously if you look like you just fucking walked in out of the back room, right? You smell like a donkey's ass. Dude, Shrek in a suit. Dude, he is kind of Shrek in a suit, isn't he? He's like an unlovable Shrek, dude. Dude, he is. Trump is like a broken-hearted Shrek. Don't do Shrek like that. Dude. Oh shit. Let's go.
The legislature to do, because they in the end want to help Californians too.
And just to clarify the question again, how would you as a Republican governor make any of these changes into law with a supermajority of Democrats? 15 seconds.
The first point is that to open up California oil production doesn't need the legislature, because it's through executive action. The way that they've been closing it down is through an agency of the executive branch called CalGEM, the California Department of Geologic and Energy Management. I would replace the people in there and give them a clear instruction.
Oh, so what he says, you see what he's saying though off the bat? Right? He wants to be king. He's like, oh, how would you do it? Oh, I'd go around the legislature and I would just try to do the Donald Trump thing of like writing executive orders and firing everybody in fucking, yeah, dude, thank you. Thank you, 5'2", okay? When we need a short guy to like get underneath the coffee table and get like a shoe for us, we'll give you a call, all right, buddy? Thank you. Thank you very much, right? We'll call you when we need you to get a sock out from under the couch, boss. When we need your little 5'2" fingers. Like, get your arm under the couch. Dude, what a clown, bro. Oh my God. Oh shit. And again though, I think like, you know, we want to move away from fossil fuels. Okay? And if you look at people that are fucking banging out energy, right? They're moving into the future. We do need to move into the future. There is like so much space in California for solar. There's wind. Okay. There's, you know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, it's like there's no reason to just fucking drain all our oil now. You know, I feel like building for the future is important too. Right? Dude, These guys. All right.
To issue permits to our oil industry to produce oil
Hilton,
here in California
that was
so we can
15 seconds.
cut gas prices for California families
All
and
right.
businesses.
Thank you very much, Nikki.
This next question is a follow-up question. It is for all of you. Should electric vehicle drivers pay a mileage-based road tax to fund infrastructure? Mr. Steyer, we'll start with you. You have 30 seconds.
So let me say this. I think it is critical that California get off fossil fuels. Electric vehicles, starting cost is too high, and I would triple the credit so that people can afford to buy electric vehicles and no longer be subject to the fossil fuel costs and the fossil fuel control. Should they be paying the equivalent of a gas tax? Yes. But the truth is, electric vehicles are cheaper. That is our future, and we need to move to it as fast as possible.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
I think all taxes should be progressive. The very wealthy, the billionaires, should pay more. The problem with a gas tax or a vehicle's mile traveled tax is that it does the opposite. It punishes the lowest
regressive.
income Californians,
Absolutely.
those who have the longest commutes to work and can least afford fancy vehicles. So I think it's important that we fund this, as I've said, out of the general fund. We do need to move toward electric vehicles over time, but the reason they're not getting purchased isn't range anxiety, it's pocketbook issues.
Ms. Porter, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, for starters, guys, okay, for starters, we don't have enough electric vehicle options, okay? You know what I'm saying? There is no reason we couldn't be, like, moving the industry towards, fuel-efficient cars. And in fact, guys, we were, okay? That was part of what Obama did, was move the auto industry towards fuel efficient cars. And Trump came and started like getting rid of that shit. Okay. And again, there's also no reason we can't be investing in other ways of generating power. Right. I mean, certainly you have to think that somewhere down the road, we could have the roads themselves be some type of solar panels or some type of solar intake system. I mean, there's got to be futuristic ways of thinking about this, ways that we can invest in new technology to where, let the road itself be the thing that powers the vehicle, right? You know what I'm saying? Or the heat generated from the tires on the road powering the vehicle. I mean, when tires move on a road, they generate heat. There's just got to be futuristic ways that we can look into this. And then, getting auto companies on board with creating vehicles. Can I tell you guys, you ready for this? So when I bought a minivan, I tried to buy a hybrid minivan, but you know what? You couldn't find any. There were no fucking hybrid minivans in America when I was buying a minivan, but you could get them in Japan. You could get them in other countries, like car manufacturers that sold here in America, sold hybrid minivans in Japan, but they wouldn't sell them here, even though there was a wait list of 50,000 people, and they wouldn't sell them here. You know why? Because of the fucking oil industry, bro. Because here in America, they don't want us to be energy efficient. They want us to be stock dividends for the goddamn oil companies, okay? America doesn't want to advance clean energy. They want you to be fodder for oil company profits. That's it. It is all about those companies. They want you junked and fucking cha-chinged, right? They don't want us to advance. They don't. They want to just milk us until there's nothing left but an empty husk, dude. It's so depressing.
Mr. Mahan, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
I would reform the way we're funding infrastructure by issuing a flat fee on all vehicles, whether they're EVs or gas-powered. Right now, gas-powered families, disproportionately lower-income families, people living in rural communities are paying 3 times more to maintain our roads. The way to achieve our climate goals is to invest in innovation, infrastructure, smart targeted subsidies, not to punish working people who can't afford an EV.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. 𝗙𝗍𝗧, same question to you, and I'll repeat it. Should electric vehicle drivers pay a mileage-based road tax to fund infrastructure? You have 30 seconds.
Well, let's think about our commuters and what they would want to see. I know that they want to see roads, bridges, highways that work for them, that let them get to work.
I mean, dude, you could solve this by simply saying that, like, everybody who makes over $500,000 a year pays a mileage fucking tax. Right? There you go. Boom, boom. Right? Or every corporate organization that has fucking electric vehicles, mileage tax. There you go. Now you're alleviating the poor people, right?
Work that let them pick up their kids. They don't want to have potholes that ruin their vehicle tires and wheels. They want to have roads, bridges, highways that work. So I would say, let's take a look at all of the above. Whatever works. I'm not going to let our transportation infrastructure crumble. We have to make sure it's working for all of us. And so let's consider anything that works that the public can get behind. That's how I would do it.
Specifically, though, just to clarify here, would you support a tax for electric vehicles? 15 seconds.
If we see that that's one option that people support, I would make sure that we are funding our infrastructure. We can't let that go, because what we have is when we let our roads and our bridges crumble, people suffer, commuters suffer, and we pay a higher price. So we will fund our transportation infrastructure.
Mr. 𝗙𝗍𝗧, thank you. Mr. Bianco, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
Let me make this very, very clear. California doesn't have a money problem. We have a money spending problem by decades of Democrat failures. Every answer you've had so far.
Dude, this guy, I don't know what it is about this guy, but I just can't look at him talk. Like, he is so, dude, he is so, like, chatty. He is so Benny Johnson, bro. Oh my
God. The California public, they're raising your taxes. They're taking more and more of your money because they refuse to stop their spending. No, I will not support a tax on mileage. No, I will not support a gas tax. It is a government's responsibility to have priorities, and infrastructure is an absolute priority.
Come on, throw waste, fraud, and abuse in there. You didn't get it in there.
We are getting rid of all the waste, and we are doing what government is supposed to do.
Mr. Bianco, thank you.
All right, there it is. We're getting rid of the waste. I knew he had to get it in there. But you only got waste in there. You didn't get fraud and abuse in there. I'm sorry, Chatty. It's back to the bathhouse for you, boss. You fucked that one up. All right, come on, Hilton.
Hilton, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
No, we cannot keep going in this direction with Democrats constantly going for their insatiable appetite for more and more taxes, for their bottomless money pit. And now the mileage tax, they want to track you everywhere you drive. No. I would veto that. We need to cut spending and cut taxes so that we can give relief to families and businesses. My plan is for $3 gas and your first $100,000 tax free. That
$3 gas, dude, like fucking, how are you going to pay for that shit, bro? Like, how are you going to get rid of all that income and then pay for that shit? Oh, I know, because there's going to be no health care. There's going to be no social services whatsoever. There's going to be no national parks, okay? There's going to be no, right? There's going to be nothing but police officers and your stupid ass voice and you running around looking like you have a dump in your fucking pants because you can't hire a fucking tailor, okay? And then everybody's going to be like piss fucking poor, bro. And you're being, hey, $3 gas. Hey, $3 gas right up your ass. Hey. Dude, what a fucking weirdo, man.
That's what we need to do to make our state Cal-affordable.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Frank.
Our next question tonight is about an issue we all see every day in California, homelessness. There are 187,000 people experiencing homelessness in the state right now. In a recent Inside California Politics poll, 86% of those surveyed believe the homeless problem has stayed the same or is getting worse.
Wait, did he say Cal-affordable? Did he really? I missed that. Hold on, I got to go back and get that, dude.
$1 gas and your first $100,000 tax free. That's what we need to do to make our state Cal-affordable.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Frank.
Oh my God, Cal-affordable. Jesus, dude. Dude, you know what's funny? Is like this guy is like This guy is like Donald Trump with like 80% less charisma. I mean, I didn't think that was possible to be like a Donald Trump-like figure, but with not even as much charisma. Like, oh my God. Dude, this guy is like on the negative charisma Richter scale. Like, seriously, I'm serious, dude. Dude, bed bugs like fucking flee from this man. It is like JD Vance and him. You know, I think if him and JD Vance go into a bar together, dude, Vance might walk out the winner of the personality contest.
Frank.
Our next question tonight is about an issue we all see every day in California, homelessness. There are 187 jobs on handling them, paid the same or is getting worse. We want to ask a question about Governor Newsom's performance on homelessness. What letter grade would you give him on handling the issue, and what, if anything, would you do differently? Ms. Porter, we're going to begin with you. You recently gave the governor a solid A- when it comes to his overall job performance. What grade would you give him on homelessness, and what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
I'm a notoriously tough grader, but I would probably give him a B on homelessness. I don't think this has been an easy problem to solve, but I do give him a lot of credit for calling attention to the problem. When he campaigned 8 years ago, he was talking about housing when nobody else was. Our homelessness problem is a direct correlate of our housing problems. We're not going to solve homelessness without bringing down the cost of housing. That's why housing has been my #1 issue since the day I launched this race over a year ago.
So here's the thing though, guys. Okay. And you know, I don't want to cut into her time, but guys, homelessness is a complicated problem. Okay. Because it's not just one thing. Okay. It is a housing problem. It is an income problem. It is a mental health problem. It can be an addiction problem. But you know what else it is, guys? It is a consent problem, okay? Because ultimately, once somebody becomes homeless, they're still a human being with agency, and you can't simply pick them up and move them and put them into a house or whatever, even if it's better for them, without their consent, okay? So that is a problem that is really tricky about this, because they are still human beings that have the agency of, if they don't want to leave the street, you can't force them to leave the street. And if they have mental health struggles, or if that's the only place they've known safety, maybe they don't want to leave, okay? So the thing is I believe that there has to be like some sense of outreach, okay, where it's almost like I feel like we need teams of people that go out and literally just hang out with the homeless. Like literally you go out and become friends with them, community with them. Like we need to like develop the community among the homeless people to where they develop some level of trust to be able to make some decisions for themselves. Because I think that once you're homeless, you don't trust anyone. And when a politician or a bureaucrat or even a nonprofit person comes in as a liaison to try and like, trust me, I'm here to help you, they don't trust anyone. They're like wounded dogs. And so like, it's just not as simple as like giving them houses or relocating them. It's just, there's a lot of, like, I think, yes, we need to humanize them first, and we need to like find a way for them to have a community and a sense of trust so they can actually be able to make good consenting decisions for themselves. And then some people might just want to stay on the street. And then it's like, okay, if people do want to stay on the street, how could we provide a place that is safe for them to do so? And so there's a lot to this. And that's why it is notoriously difficult to solve, because you can't simply, it's like addiction. You can't force somebody to get off drugs, okay? And you can detox them, But let me tell you, as an addict, you can detox somebody, and if they ain't ready to get sober, it's not going to take, man. No matter what you do, dude, that shit is just going back on, you know? And so even if you give them, like, you know, food, shelter, etc., you have to, like, you can't take a person who's lived on the street, okay, and is distrustful and has, you know, like no hope, and you can't just put them in a house and expect that once they're in the house, they're going to start making good decisions, okay? They're not. They're not going to be capable of it. They might not even be able to survive in that sense of normalcy after being out on the street with all that chaos. There needs to be like I don't know, like community liaison teams or something. You know, there's like, I don't even know what it would look like, but I know that like healing that distrustful, wounded dog mentality has to be a part of the equation, or no matter where you put them, what you give them is not going to like take, you know what I'm saying? Because homelessness fucks you up. Okay. And let me just say, I was homeless for a year, but I had a job. Okay. And I was homeless. I slept on the beach. I slept in my car. I did a little bit of couch surfing. And let me just tell you, what I didn't realize when I was homeless is that something happens to your brain. Okay. Where when you have a house, the one thing you have is you have privacy. Okay. You can go into a house or apartment, you close the door, and all of the outside world is away. You are hidden behind your curtains, and in that home, you are private and you are completely protected from the outside world. When you are homeless, when you are sleeping on the beach or you are sleeping in your car, somebody can come and knock on your window and be like, why are you sleeping here? The cops are on you. You have no privacy. And when you have no privacy and everything you do in your life is done in public, it fucking like does something to your brain. Like, I'm serious. It was like changing my brain to where I was like extra hyper vigilant, and I was like I got more distrustful in my relationships. I started freaking out at people on work. It literally like re-chemicals your brain in a way that makes you like not fit in anymore. Okay? It is really fucking weird. And when you experience it, you're like, whoa. It's like you realize, like, holy shit, the very act of being on the street is creating an environment inside these people's brains that makes it harder to re-socialize them afterwards. And it's a really interesting phenomenon, and you have to treat that. You know, you really do. You have to treat that. It was really fucked up, guys. It was really fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Right? Let's go. Smell ya. Dude. It is so stressful. It's like really stressful. See, I don't know. I went into it kind of naive, thinking, oh, I have a job. I have places to stay. It's weird. It's weird, man. Let's fucking go, baby. All right.
What I would do differently than Governor Newsom is fund homelessness prevention. It is so much more cost effective and so much more humane to prevent families from becoming homeless in the first place, and making sure that if they do lose their home, that they're able to land in an interim housing or shelter situation. We can't solve this problem because the problem keeps getting worse. For every person we put into permanent supportive housing, somebody else loses their home and takes their place.
See, that is such a great point, though, guys. That's what they do in Scandinavia, okay? That is what they do in Scandinavia. In countries that mix socialism with capitalism, they have a safety net where if you are about to fall through the cracks, they come in and they fucking help you avoid the falling through the cracks, okay? Because there's no reason you should let somebody tumble that far And they only really tumble that far, guys, when you live in that type of society that is rugged individualism, where you just sort of like, yeah, sucks to be you. You know what I'm saying? Prevention is just beneficial across the board with everything, you know?
That's why Californians don't feel like we're making progress despite spending significant money.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Mr. Mahan, you've given Governor Newsom grades ranging from A to D, depending on the issue. What grade would you give him on homelessness, and what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
Well, Frank, look, the assessment does depend on the issue, and I'm going to leave the letter grades to you and all the pundits out there. Let me tell you what we've done in San Jose, because we've created a model for the rest of the state. We've increased trust in local government by 40%, primarily because we have moved thousands of people indoors. I had to take on the establishment within my own party to change the way we were spending our money. We were spending $1 million a door and taking years to build alternatives to the streets. Instead, we built basic, dignified shelter, invested in prevention, and when shelter was available, we required that people come indoors. We've reduced unsheltered homelessness in San Jose by nearly 1/3 over the last 4 years. That's why trust in government in San Jose has increased. It's why fewer people are outdoors. And it's part of the reason that our streets are safer and cleaner. I'm proud of what we've done. I'll demand results from every city and every county in California as governor.
Dude, I'm not going to lie. Dude, is this guy bad? I kind of like him. I kind of like his vibe, dude. Right? I mean, he's from San Jose. Everybody from San Jose. Ro Khanna is backed by big tech. Right? You know what I mean? I mean, everybody who's from San Jose or Palo Alto or, you know, anywhere that is from, like, if you're from the San Francisco North Bay area, you're like hardwired to fucking big tech, you know, but I don't know. I'm going to look into him though. I like his, there's a couple of things I like about that answer. Okay. I liked how he, you know, he seems to have legitimate, like decent, well thought responses. But the other thing I like about him is how he didn't feel the need to like throw Gavin Newsom under the fucking, like under the bus, right? Where he was like, I'm not going to use this debate to like trash on the governor. I'm going to stick here. I don't know. I feel like there's something about that that's pretty good, right? Because I think you don't need to, like when running for governor, you don't need to shit on the guy who came before you, right? Because everyone especially is shitting on fucking Gavin Newsom. But Gavin Newsom, was he perfect? No. Okay. Does he have issues? All kinds of them, like anybody does. But he did a pretty good fucking job navigating California, and like that state has really prospered in a lot of ways, man. You know what I mean? I mean, it doesn't have any more serious cost of living issues than any other major city in fucking America. But they've done some other shit like, you know, raising the wages, raising fast food wages. They've done some other shit that is like really impressive too at the same time, you know?
Assessment of Governor Newsom's job on
I fucked
performance.
up.
What haven't seen you issue a letter grade on Governor Newsom's overall performance? What grade does he get on homelessness? And what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
Frank, I would say that the governor has made efforts. We've seen him come down to Los Angeles, actually go out and try to clean some of the streets. On effort, I would give him an A. Here's what I would do that's different, though. I would focus on accountability. I would make sure if we're sending billions of dollars down to the local communities, to our cities and our counties, that we would demand accountability for the dollar that we're going to give them.
See, 𝗙ecie, though, can I just tell you that 𝗙ecie, like, he brings a point that is like, this is the problem with capitalism, okay? And I'm going to tell you right now, it's middle management / administration, okay? Which means in any endeavor, I don't care if it's government, I don't care if it's corporations, I don't care if it's fucking school boards, I don't care what it is, if it can be a non-fucking profit. in every single capitalist endeavor organization on the planet, what happens is a handful of people that get these top level middle management or administrator jobs take like 60% of the money. Okay. $1 million comes in, right? And then what happens is the 3 administrators take $500,000 just for their fucking salaries. And then literally they don't do anything but then politically maneuver and try to end up becoming senators or congressmen or whatever. And they're usually negotiating deals that benefit them or their companies or their families' companies. And they're just milking the fucking teat, okay? They're milking the fucking teat. And a whole bunch of money goes to these administrative positions that don't provide any return. And that is like a huge problem of like all of our capitalist organizations. And I wish we would look at that just in general, where, you know, where those, you don't have like 3 administrators or department heads that are all making $300,000 each a year. And so then, you know, like a third of the fucking yearly budget is just going to 3 useless people, right? It's like, I think we need a restructuring of like the pyramids of authority, like across the board, okay? Like our entire society needs to start looking at how we structure authority, because in everything we do, it's that capitalist pyramid where the small group of people up here at the top take 70% of everything, and then everybody else is working with no tools, man. It is no fucking tools. And dude, all the school systems have a problem with this. Like school board administrators are usually making so much money and they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. They aren't.
We need to see results, and results are what you see on the streets. We need to pull folks up, help get them back on their feet, and that's what I would do. But what I will tell you is my principal job as governor, and I'm glad to hear other people are saying this, is I'm going to keep you housed. If you are in a home right now, renting or owning, if you lose your job unexpectedly, or you have a medical emergency, and now you're about to become homeless as a result of that now unaffordable expense, tell me what you need. How can I help you keep your home? Because it costs me so much more money to pick you off the streets, provide you with the assistance in the shelter, than it does to keep you in the home that you're already paying for.
Mr. 𝗙𝗍𝗍, let me ask you a follow-up question. You're saying that anyone who needs housing assistance, you will help them? That means the government will help them? How much is that going to cost? And where does that money come from? You have 30 seconds.
Dude, go. Frank, we spend billions, tens of billions of dollars right now to try to pull people off the streets. Do you think it's working? It would cost us a fraction of that amount to help someone who temporarily lost their job stay in the home. If they, for 2 or 3 months, fall behind on the rent, they don't get kicked out because we'll try to support them.
Dude, that's true. That's true. That is very true. That goes back to that Scandinavian stuff where you prevent them from starting with the problems that occur. Because like once they get on the street, it becomes a whole other issue, man. Yeah, it's like, and think about this, guys. You ready? Because there's a thing, guys, that is like, that bleeds downward. Okay, you ready? Like, for example, if you have parents that are compassionate and patient and understanding with their kids will often naturally be able to go out in the world and be patient and understanding because they grow up feeling like people take care of them. So them going out and caring for the people in their circuit feels second nature. When the government prevents you from getting wrecked and your society helps prevent you from getting wrecked, people grow up feeling safer, feeling more taken care of, feeling less like threatened by everybody. And then the whole society is more about like taking care of people and more about helping other people out. Okay, it really works that way, that when people feel cared about, when they feel like taken care of, they treat human beings differently, man. You do. You, as a society, you do. You behave a lot better and a lot more communal when you're not like left to just die on the vine all the time. And we forget about that. We think that, oh yeah, if you just tell everybody to fuck off, that doesn't make people be good people, man. You know, like
zero interest loan. You can keep them in their home. I save a lot more money by keeping them in the house than watching them hit the streets and then try to find them and pick them up. Far more expensive.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Nikki?
Mr. Bianco, you have been very critical of Governor Newsom. What grade would you give him on homelessness?
Chatty!
And what would you do differently?
Well,
you have 60 seconds.
I think we've just learned of the failure of the California education system, too, if we can't even realistically assign grades to failure. It is an absolute dismal failure, and anyone that says it's not is fooling themselves or trying to fool voters. We are not dealing with homeless, so stop calling it homeless. It has nothing to do with homes. This is drug and alcohol-induced psychosis, mental illness causing the other. It doesn't matter. But these people are suffering from drug and alcohol abuse and mental illness.
Dude, not all of them are, but some are. Like, but that is like homelessness is a problem as well. Dude, I mean, in addition to being closeted, he's like so harsh. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's so harsh, right? You hear that? Him is like, oh, these irresponsible, mentally ill, reckless. Oh, they're not as gay as I am. They can't afford to go to the bathhouse. So, like, fuck them. It's not about even being homeless. Dude, being homeless is part of the deal, guys. Let me tell you, that homeless mind warp is part of the deal.
We would have fixed this problem probably already had the Democrats in California, in state legislature, and our governor funded Prop 36 to give us the treatment that we need.
Again, there is no state in America that has fixed this problem, okay? There is not. There is no state in America that has fixed this problem. And in fact, I'm going to tell you that communities mostly have not fixed this problem. Any community that has fixed this problem has merely passed anti-squatting laws that have then moved the homeless to their neighboring communities. Okay? That's normally what happens. If you have a community that has no homeless, they fucking have passed some type of law that makes squatting arrestable, and then the homeless just move to somewhere else. But they are not all fucking drug addicts, you know? I mean,
I am on the front lines of this. I've been on the front lines of this for 33 years. This has nothing to do with the home. Until we actually start caring about these people, you have compassion to look them in the face and tell them that you're going to walk by them and ignore them. If that's what you're going to do, you're just a part of the failure of government. We are going to deal with this for what it is.
Again, you can't force an addicted person to get unaddicted. That makes it complicated. Sorry, they're chatty. I mean, even when they do have drug and alcohol issues, you can't force a drug addicted person to get undrug addicted, right? Dude, yeah, alcohol induced psychosis. Like, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck was that, dude? Is that like bathhouse induced Reno 911, right? Reno 911? Dude, a bathhouse-induced fucking Ron Jeremy mustache?
It is not homes.
Mr. Bianco, I just want to clarify here the second part of the question. If you're elected governor, what would you do differently? You have 15 seconds.
Every single bit of the money going to nonprofits and NGOs for homeless ends the day I take over. And a small portion of that will go to the funding of the drug and alcohol treatment centers that they need, the mental health treatment centers that they need, and then more importantly, the combination of drug and alcohol and mental illness.
Thank you. Mr. Hilton, you've given the governor an F on his overall performance. When it comes to homelessness, has he...
Dude, look at this guy, bro. I just can't take this guy seriously, dude. Dude, right? I just can't take this guy fucking seriously. He is such a chode. Dude, he is such a chode, bro. He is like the chodiest chode of all chodes. The most choding chode of the choding chodes from chode. Dude, the cringiest human being. Like, I look at him And I am about to die from cringe when fucking looking at this man, boss. Like possible death from cringe.
You've done anything right. You have 60 seconds.
Wow, by the way, I'd love to be in your class, Katie, if you get a B for what Gavin Newsom's done on homelessness. My goodness, of course it's an F. It shames our state, the situation with homelessness. We have about 10% of the US population, around 50% of the country's homeless population. And as for Javier praising Gavin Newsom for the photo op where he tried to pretend he was cleaning up a homeless encampment, literally Gavin Newsom did that 3 times in a row. Nothing changed. And nothing will change if you have one of these Democrats in power. It will be more of the same.
By the way, do you know the top 3 homeless areas in America? Number 1 is California. Number 2 is New York. Number 3 is Florida, right? Now, all 3 of those share significant housing concerns, okay? They're huge, like, have huge urban epicenters, but they are very, like, expensive. And California and Florida offer the weather where, like, being homeless in California is probably, you know, or Florida are more of the easier places to be homeless, right? It is easier outdoor living for sure. But they always gloss over that. They talk about California, they talk about New York, but they never talk about Florida with a Republican governor and Republican government. And they have all these Republican answers. They have no fucking income tax. And they have a huge homelessness issue, like massive, number 3 in the country. But they never, ever acknowledge it because it's not a partisan thing. Nobody has an answer for this because it is so multifaceted. But I just thought I'd throw that out there.
My plan is a common sense 3-point plan. Number 1, it is illegal to live and camp on the streets. We need to enforce the law. Number 2, we need to get people into the drug treatment that they need, and it cannot be a choice. Number 3, we need to get people the mental health care that they need instead of the barbaric situation we have right now in California as a result of these Democrat policies where the main...
So his whole policy is one thing. We force you to not be homeless, and then, like, that's never gonna take, though. That will never work, okay? Arresting people and putting them in jails, oh, okay, you can turn it into a free labor source, right? Put them in prison. Yeah, that's gonna be great. That's gonna be real good for everybody. Oh, you fucking lose your job, you go to fucking prison. Yeah, great answer there, you 5'2" fucking, like, what's the gnome, dude? Gollum? Fucking Gollum, you 5'2" Donald Trump tape sniffing asshole. Give me a fucking break, bro. Right? Yeah, you put him in prison when something bad happens to him. Good job. Good job, Gollum. Oh, my pretty. Oh, you're going to prison for losing your job because you're not like me. You don't have shit in your pants. Oh, thank you, my pretty. Dude, forcing them into drug treatment, yeah, that's not going to take either. Imagine how many resources are going to get wasted with that. And what's more, you ready for this? You know what else is going to happen when you force people into drug treatment? I'll tell you what's happening. What's going to happen is somebody who knows, like, people that have died from this, you force somebody into a forced drug treatment for like 2 months where they get clean, they force them off heroin and shit, and then that person gets out and the addiction gets back in them. They go back to the amount they were doing before they went into treatment, and they're fucking dead, bro. Like, forced drug treatment leads to ODs at such a crazy fucking rate, bro. That's like a #1 way of fucking killing drug addicts is you force them into treatment and then they get out and the addiction's back on them. They go back to their usual dosage and they're dead, man. It is like so stupid, okay? It is like, that's like how mostly like addicted people die. And I know they probably do want that, you know? It's so shitty, dude. Like, come on. His solutions are so bad, dude.
main place where we're treating people with mental health problems is jail. That has to change.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Ms. Porter, Mr. 𝗙𝗟𝗓, I'll let you respond, but I just want to clarify the second part of my question.
Jail.
Do you think the governor has done anything right on homelessness?
No, everything has taken us in the wrong direction. That's why we spend, what is it, the state auditor found, $24 billion of our money spent on homelessness. They have no idea where it went because it's going into these non-profits and crony developers that are, instead of solving the problem, they are profiting
Okay, Mr.
off these
Hilton, thank you.
Democrat
Your time
policies.
is up. Thank you. Ms. Porter, I'll allow you to respond. You have 15 seconds.
If you were in my class, Mr. Hilton, you would learn in my bankruptcy and consumer protection class that the majority of homeless people in California are actually working. They're not just people on the streets. It's not just people with mental illness or people with drug or substance use problems.
Yes.
It's also families who are fleeing intimate partner and domestic
violence.
It's people who are double and tripled up.
Runaways.
It's people who are living in their cars on our college campuses.
Yep.
Homelessness comes in a lot of different forms, and if we don't see the whole problem, if we demonize them from one perspective, we'll never be able to solve this problem.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. 𝗙𝗟𝗓, I'll let you respond.
Dude, did you see that look? Look at her look, dude. She knows she fucked him up. Watch her look at the end here.
To solve this problem.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. 𝗙𝗟𝗓, I'll allow you to respond to Mr. Hilton. There you have 15 seconds.
Oh, she
Well,
fucked
it's
him up.
interesting to watch someone who has served as a talking head on a Fox News program telling us how government should run when he never has run any government in his life.
Oh, dude. He just fucked him up so bad, dude. Dude, Porter just slammed him, okay? But did you fucking see what 𝗙𝗟𝗓 just did right here? Like, what a great fucking slam, bro. Oh my God, 𝗙𝗟𝗓 just leveled him too. Dude, right after Katie uppercutted him, 𝗙𝗟𝗓 comes in with the fucking left hook, dude, and takes him out.
Well, it's interesting to watch someone who has served as a talking head on a Fox News program telling us how government should run when he never has run any government in his life.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating to see that he can do all these things when he's talking about not collecting any revenue to be able to do any of this work. It doesn't add up. The math doesn't work. But then that's what happens. You can be a talking head and not worry about the consequences of what you do.
Yeah, dude. Right? Guess what? I'm gonna get rid of all of our income to where we have no revenue. There's no taxes. Gas. We're basically buying gas for you. And we're just going to solve all these problems by my executive orders, right? We're going to force people into these mythical drug treatments that don't cost any money. And, right, dude, oh shit, bro. Like, of course, I've never run any government in my life. All I've done is sat on Fox News talking about shit. But trust me, bro. Source Pete Hegseth's fucking... Right? I get all, right? It's the Pete Hegseth method. I'm going to fire everybody, and then I'm going to get drunk and shit my pants. Oh, come here, Hilton. I'm going to give you a little handy.
Mr. 𝗙𝗟𝗓, thank you. Mr. Steyer, the last time you were asked to grade Governor Newsom, let me ask this question.
Okay.
We know you have a lot to say tonight, and we have a lot to get to. So let me ask you this question here. Mr. Steyer, the last time you were asked to grade Governor Newsom, you passed, saying that you hadn't followed his record closely enough. Are you ready to give him a grade on homelessness? And what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
So I'd give the governor a B- on this. And I want to start with a simple statement, which is no one gets well on the street. What I would do is make sure to keep as many people off the street, and if they're on the street, to get them off as fast as possible. Because only 1 in 7 people who becomes homeless starts with a serious mental health problem, either bipolarism or some sort of substance abuse. But being on the street itself is such a stressful, vulnerable, dangerous place.
It fucks your head up.
It creates mental health problems for many people.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm in favor of emergency interim housing.
See, that is, I'm telling you right now, that is the number one issue, is that there is a type of mental illness. This is what I was talking about earlier. There's a type of mental illness you get from no longer having privacy. And it doesn't matter if you're in a tent or if you're living in your car. It's like once you cannot wall yourself off from the world, you do get a very specific mental illness that makes it hard for you to like get off the street. Okay? That becomes your reality, man. And then I think even when people get off the street, they then fuck up their life because of that extra like hypervigilance and that whatever, those trust issues.
Getting people into one room with a key, shared laundry and food. You don't have to be clean, and you can bring your animal. We need to get people off the street. And let's remember this. We want our cities to be walkable and safe. We want kids to be safe walking down the street. Cleaning up this problem gives us a chance to rejuvenate our inner cities, to make them vibrant, and a place where we're going to build more housing and put more people.
And Mr. Steyer, I just want to clarify that last part when you said get people off the streets and into housing. Is that something that you would force them to do?
Well, let me say this. The point about emergency interim housing is this. People want to go to it. This is something that actually is designed to meet their needs, as opposed to the huge shelters or waiting 7 years to get them into permanent housing, which costs, Matt Mahan was saying it costs $1 million a key, and the numbers I've heard of between $750,000 and $1 million. Being homeless for 7 years is an incredibly dangerous thing to do, and it's the most compassionate thing we can do is to provide the interim housing that gets people to places they want to be.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Mr. Mahan, I'll let you respond since he invoked your name and called out the figure there.
Yeah, thanks. Well, look, it has cost $1 million a door. I can show you the receipts from projects that have been approved across the Bay Area. It's worth keeping in mind, the only housing Tom Steyer's built has been private prisons and ICE detention centers. Here's the truth. The reality is when you build interim housing, and what Tom's pointing to is the San Jose model. We've built interim housing, dignified alternatives to the streets. 70, 80% of people have been willing to come indoors. There's also a share of folks who are out there who are unwilling or unable to come indoors.
Mr. Mahan,
we have to be able to mandate treatment.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Steyer,
See, I think like, again, you can't force, but you can't force. And that's the problem. And so I do think, though, that, if you put heads together and you have like community resource teams, I think you can maybe build the trust to encourage, or you can even offer things, like access to the things they need. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have somebody that is, you know what I'm saying? Incentivize, yes. Like maybe they're going to have access to like a type of food that they like, or they're going to have access to, a substance, right? You know what I mean? I mean, dude, if somebody was struggling with a substance abuse problem, you could, I know that sounds crazy because we have such a negative view of drugs, but if you have somebody that's grappling with a substance abuse problem and you incentivize them by providing them with a safe conduit to get the drugs they were addicted to get them into that housing, and then you're preventing them from ODing because you're monitoring the drugs they're getting, and you can at least get them to that first step and then go to work on like getting them off the drug, because it's like safer to provide drugs to drug addicts that are safe and uncut and they don't have to like commit crime to get them. It is like safer to give them the drugs and interim than it is to leave them on the street going through what it takes to get it, man. Because when you are a drug addict on the street, there's a whole bunch of petty crime and other shit that goes on that can clog hospitals and jails and hurt innocent people, when you can literally just like, provide them with enough drugs to stay functional and in a safe environment where, they can be checked on and administered and they're not going to be, shitting in the streets, I mean, but we have this hang up, okay, about the shit around, the drugs and stuff like that. We have a hang up. You know what I mean? We do. We in America, we have so many hang ups about this shit. Meanwhile, there's people are crooks right in front of us and we're totally okay with that. You know what I'm saying?
I'll give you 15 seconds.
So let me say this. My wife and I started a nonprofit bank to basically go in and support the people who can't get financing from normal banks. We have financed 17,000 low-income housing units. We have made sure that every loan is measured only for its impact on the community, either in terms of economic growth or environmental sustainability. And we don't make a dime out of it, and we absolutely never will.
See, I mean, as you know, this guy is a billionaire, and I hate all billionaires, but like, you know, like I said yesterday, okay, just because I hate billionaires and this guy's a billionaire means I'm not going to rule him out, right? I'm not going to rule somebody out just because of like one thing. Take the full package. But I mean, I don't know. That kind of shit is pretty cool when you have people that I know. And this is the reason why Bernie's PAC endorsed him, is because he has had a history of using his wealth to like focus on the climate and focus on sustainability and, you know, economic like rebuilding in lower income areas as opposed to just exploiting those people. And so that's why I think Bernie endorsed him, is because he has had a history of using his billionaire clout in ways that are not just about, you know, becoming a fucking trillionaire kind of deal, you know? And you know, their billionaires do have, they have a lot of clout. They do. They have a lot of like, they can open doors that some people can't open, you know? But again, I don't throw anybody under the bus for like, you know, just one thing. Like I try to look at the whole package.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Now we would like to ask a question about each of your individual campaigns. You will have 1 minute to answer this question. Mr. Mahan, we will start this round with you. Artificial intelligence is replacing jobs in every industry. Your campaign is supported in part by billionaire tech executives. How can voters concerned about AI trust you to work for them and not the tech industry? You have 60 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. I'm the only candidate on this stage who has direct experience with deploying AI in government and regulating it. We created the playbook in San Jose that hundreds of other cities and counties use to put restrictions on how technology is used. Being the mayor of the largest city in Silicon Valley, I am at the forefront of these technological changes. I know that these tools can be harnessed to do great good, to make government more efficient and more responsive. We've sped up buses and improved language access, but I also understand the risks to privacy, misinformation and manipulation, job loss, which is why we've put strict regulations on our use of technology that other cities are following. We've created the first AI upskilling curriculum for our workforce so that they aren't displaced by technology, but they can use it to enhance their work. I am not afraid to regulate big tech or any other industry, and as governor, I'll make sure we protect the people of California.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. 𝗙𝗍𝗍, you were chair of the Democratic caucus when Eric Swalwell was elected to Congress. You said in a recent interview that, quote, many of us heard the rumors. What rumors did you hear, and should you have pursued the rumors as a member of Democratic leadership? You have 60 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. Yeah, you hear rumors all the time about all sorts of things. Rumors are not facts, and the caucus, the Democratic caucus, is not a place that adjudicates those things. It's law enforcement that does. If someone had come forward, we could then have investigations. I say that as the former Attorney General for the state of California. When I was Attorney General, we did go after sex trafficking. We did go after those who abuse of young women and take advantage of them. We did prosecute people. There was an individual who was a religious leader who was taking advantage of young women. We prosecuted that individual. Today, he is in jail for his crimes. We have gone.
Dude, you know what I just realized about this guy? I have my college roommate is an executive at home.com, which is like eBay, essentially. It's like one of the eBay subsidiaries. And he also lives in San Jose. My friend Adam, he fucking built a house in San Jose. And that's why I think I'm liking this guy. Dude, the Mahan guy, I keep looking at him and I'm like, dude, he reminds me of Adam. Dude, he does. He fucking reminds me of Adam, right? Yeah, I mean, so the thing is I've looked at those polls, okay? And like, I'm not worried about that yet, okay? Because if you look at the polls, there's like whatever, 28, 38, 48, 58, 65, 70. There's like 30% that are undecided in those polls, guys. And so right now, Hilton and Bianco are like leading, but it's because of that 30% that are undecided. Like I don't think Hilton and Bianco I don't think they can 1-2 because they're going to split their like vote percentage. You know what I'm saying? They're going to split their voter percentage. And I would imagine that one of the Porter or Becerras are going to drop out. Okay. Guys, I'm still hoping Katie Porter drops out. I really am. I'm hoping she does. Dude, I think she would maybe she takes that Swalwell seat and we get rid of a sex pred and we get her back in Congress. Like, there's so much good shit that was going to happen, right? And it would heal the Adam Schiff wound. It would I think she would be able to rejuvenate her bad press that she's gotten lately. She does seem like the best of these, but she can't win it. She can't win it. She's taken too much of a beating and she lost some institutional support of the party. So we'll have to see. But I think she is the best, but I think if she hadn't run against Adam Schiff and if she hadn't taken the beating in the press, maybe she would be leading the polls and would have gotten the fucking Bernie endorsement. But I think she's had a bad run of the last couple of years that I don't think she can actually get across the finish line right now. It's just, and what's more is if she doesn't win it and she holds somebody else back, it's going to doom her career for the rest of her fucking life. You know what I'm saying? So she's playing with fire here, that if she's not a guaranteed win, if she fucks up and causes another Democrat to lose, she's going to, whether it's her fault or not, the institutional part of the party will hold her responsible for that, and she will get closed out from politics for the rest of her life, man. So I think she should sort of pull out and regroup, get back in Congress, get her shit back together again, and then take another stab later on down the line after she's rehabbed her image. Okay? That's kind of her image is taking a beating because she is so good, but she has some image issues right now. And it's harder, guys. It's harder for women too. I know it is fucked up to say that, but we've all seen how much harder it is. Women have 5 extra fucking obstacles placed in front of them already. It's so stupid, dude. It's so dumb. I get so tired of America because I see Europe electing women leaders all over the place. And America are so fucking stubborn about this shit. We are still so stupidly misogynist. You know what I'm saying? We are. But again though, guys, you ready? My concern with Katie Porter is about, even if she did win, I don't think she has the best relationship with the legislators in the Democratic Party because of all that shit that went down. That's another problem with her, with that image beating and the Adam Schiff shit. I think, I don't think her and the Democratic legislature of California would necessarily get along. I think there might be considerable power struggles there because of the bad taste that some of those people have in their mouth.
After people,
I don't know.
But we
We'll
go
see.
after them based on evidence and based on facts.
I do love her, though.
Unfortunately, we have a president today who would go after someone based on rumors. That's not the way we do it in America. We have to have the facts. Rumors are one thing, but getting the facts really gets you to move. And let me just applaud those courageous survivors who stood up and told America what the truth was. And today, Eric Swalwell was facing accountability.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Frank.
Mr. Bianco, you took an unprecedented action recently, seizing 650,000 certified ballots by your own county election officials as part of an investigation into election fraud because of an allegation by one group. The California Supreme Court has...
Dude, look at this. This guy seized ballots. Dude, our favorite gay sheriff, right, seized ballots like Donald Trump, dude, because one group is probably like the Moms for Liberty fucking Temecula chapter, right? You know what I'm saying? That's what it was. It was like the Indio Moms for Liberty chapter. So there was cheating. Dude, what a fucking ham, dude. What a fucking ham hock.
Ballots by your own county election officials as part of an investigation into election fraud because of an allegation by one group. The California Supreme Court has ordered that investigation paused for now. Do you believe California elections are secure? And would you consider taking the same action after the primary election if you don't believe the results? You have 60 seconds.
We're never going to know if our elections are secure because when law enforcement does legitimate investigations into the allegations, it's stopped by our current Democrat one-party rule in California, particularly our embarrassment of an attorney general. So,
well, it's because elections are run by the state, not by some closeted gay sheriff from the worst performing law enforcement agency in the country there. All right, Chippendales? Right? If you want to do a Chippendales dance for us, like, bring it on. Okay, but...
This was a very, very basic, normal investigation. The allegation didn't come from a group. It came from reports that our own records, county records from the Registrar of Voters that do not match the output of votes counted. So a very simple investigation would have counted those ballots to see if they match the votes. But we now have a massive political outcry from our Attorney General using political lawfare to stop a lawful investigation. And it wasn't stopped. The investigation was not stopped by the Supreme Court. It was stopped so we could argue these ridiculous allegations from the Attorney General about whether or not he has authority to stop that investigation in the first place.
And to clarify, would you consider taking the same action after this primary election if you don't believe the results? You have 15 seconds.
You made that assumption that that's why this happened. That is absolutely horrific that you basically said that I did that because of how I felt. If we get information, I've been 33 years in law enforcement investigating crime. Do you want me to start doing that with murders? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is an absolute ridiculous question. This is a ridiculous topic because we have an allegation of voter fraud. And Californians are sick of voter fraud. They're sick of politics. And they believe there's voter fraud.
Right,
but when
Mr.
we
Bianco.
try to fix it, it is stopped.
All right, Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, you said you were deeply honored to recently receive President Trump's endorsement. That's despite the fact that 62% of Californians...
Yeah, just to deepen about that, L, is like, when I talk about Katie Porter... I'm just telling you of like the pickle that she's right? Like the fact that she is really great, okay? But she's hampered by a couple of things because it's really hard to win a Democratic primary without the support of the Democrats, right? When the party is not on your side, it makes it very difficult to win unless you have this grassroots like crazy momentum. But she doesn't have that either because she didn't get the Bernie endorsement. And she's had a bunch of bad press and bad interviews that have been trying to make her look like a crazy person. And so it's not that she's not capable of winning. If she had the Bernie endorsement and if the party wasn't mad at her and if she hadn't had such a bad run of negative press, she would probably win like totally easy. But she's suffering from a couple of things right now, you know, because when the Democratic Party doesn't love you, it's real hard to win in some places big as California because you need that institutional support. And she didn't have the Bernie endorsement you would think would go to her because I feel like she's the more Bernie candidate. But I think Bernie doesn't think like she can really pull it across the line. it sucks, right? It sucks because I think she is probably the best candidate up there. I just think right now she's like suffering from a string of unfortunately, there's some political things you need. You either need the institutional party support or you need a huge grassroots momentum, or, right? You know what I mean? Or you need like everybody in the press to be glowing over you. So you're like you know what I'm saying? And Mamdani did it. But Mamdani though, like he like I'm telling you right now, the only reason Mamdani did it was Hochul, man. It was the uniting with him and Kathy Hochul. The minute Mamdani did that, he had like the big lady from Upper New York that was like not a socialist, and the one who was sort of against Mamdani, but they became like a team. And then all of a sudden the Democratic Party started thinking, oh, wait a second. Like, you know what I mean? That gave him like Democratic Party thing. And then he won over every group in New York. Like he met with MAGA, he met with the Jews and the Hindus and the Muslims. And like he met with everybody, dude. He was like, so, I don't know. He was so everybody loved Mamdani. He was playing the fucking videos. Everybody thought he was a video genius. And sexism, though, too, is shitty, right? I mean, ask Kamala Harris about that, dude. She deserved that win, bro. Kamala Harris deserved that fucking win, dude. She won that presidency, man. She was better.
Disapprove of the job he is doing. Are those Californians wrong? You have 60 seconds.
One of the proudest days of my life was the day I became an American citizen. It happened in a ceremony right here in San Francisco. So it is a deep honor for me to be endorsed by the president.
Dude, this guy is just not even smart, dude. This guy is like a fucking turd, bro.
Of the United States. And here's the thing that's going to help every Californian when I'm governor, is that we will have a constructive relationship and partnership with the federal government, which would be the case, I would hope, for any party in that situation, so that we can make things better in California, work with the president and his administration to manage our forests better, to harvest the timber so we can build the single-family homes we need for young families, to work to increase California energy production as he wants to do, so we can lower gas prices, to fight the fraud in our government so we can cut spending and cut taxes, to work to enforce our immigration laws in all these areas and more. It will benefit every Californian to have a governor who is a partner on these issues with the president and his team.
Much. Nikki?
Mr. Steyer, you are the only billionaire in this race. According to reports, you and your wife paid $5.4 million in federal taxes in 2024. You have said repeatedly, quote, tax me more. How much more should you be paying? And there's nothing preventing you from paying more. Have you? You have 60 seconds.
So let me say this. I'm the only billionaire on the ballot, Nikki, but I'm not the only billionaire in this race. The billionaires and corporations are spending big in this race to oppose me and to support the other people on this stage.
That was actually a good answer right there. Dude, I'm giving him the good answer award right there, because he flipped that shit on him. He did. He flipped that shit on him about, like, I may be the only billionaire candidate, but believe me, there's billionaires in this race. Oh, dude.
2024, corporations spent $540 million to lobby in Sacramento. They are literally spending tens of millions of dollars against me. I'm the billionaire who wants to tax other billionaires. I'm the billionaire who's taking on the electric monopolies and trying to break up their power. I'm the billionaire who wants to tax the oil companies and make polluters pay. So when you say I'm the only billionaire in the race, Yes, but I'm the person who is the change agent in this state. I'm the person who's taking on the funded corporate interests who are driving up costs for Californians in every place. No one wants to take them on. I'm doing it. They're spending tens of millions. And let me say this. On Earth Day, the oil companies dropped $5 million today against me to fight me on Earth.
Let me just posit this, okay? Now, I'm not saying I'm pro-billionaire because I fucking hate billionaires, okay? I do. I think they're so harmful. But is it possible that a billionaire would know how to tax billionaires in a way that could, like, extract money from them that they could pay, but while also not completely hampering their investment into their future business building? I mean, maybe like a council of billionaires could figure out the best way to tax billionaires to where we're not neutering the fucking company growth that's required in capitalism, but we're also fucking taxing the shit out of them. I mean, I think there should be limits, man. You know, that like nobody should be able to acquire as much wealth as Elon Musk has access to, or Jeff Bezos. You know, like the fact that some of these guys are worth like hundreds of billions of dollars, like they have enough wealth to be able to threaten the entire Congress. Like, that's dangerous, man. You know what I'm saying?
Earth Day. Thank you very much.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. And I just want to clarify for people watching this right now, two parts of the question. You said tax me more. How much more? And there's nothing preventing you from paying more taxes, have you?
My wife and I have said that we will give the bulk of our money away while we're alive and in the process of doing that. But me paying more taxes is not the answer. I've said I believe
you
people
can say
should.
that again, Tom.
Wait, no,
Mr.
Steve,
Hilton,
let me finish.
Mr. Hilton.
I've said one person putting more money into the system.
Mr. Hilton, if you guys...
Oh, dude, now Hilton's trying to do the fucking Donald Trump where he thinks he can just talk whenever, right? Dude, this guy is so offensive. I want to fucking like stuff this guy's fucking mouth full of tube socks and get a roll of duct tape. You know what I mean? Like, what a fucking degenerate.
They're both talking. People at home won't be able to hear you, so continue,
If one
Mr.
person
Steyer.
puts more money into the government, that doesn't solve it. We need structural change. And in every one of the places where Californians are being ripped off, where it's impossible for them to make rent at the end of the month,
Mr. Steyer,
I'm taking on the special interests, and they're fighting back.
All right, dude, I've seen enough of this. I don't want to watch the whole thing. I feel like I have enough to make some content. Dude, yeah, Hilton is so smarmy, bro. So here, you ready? Let's sum this up so far, okay? Here's my take on it. Just giving you a quick take, okay? So Becerra, I like him, okay? He's smooth. He's got a very politician-y vibe. He's clearly got a lot of experience, but I'm not excited about him, but I do like him. I think he's a good guy. I think he would make a great governor. This Mahan guy, I don't know. I like him. It might be because he looks like my high school college roommate, Adam, who also lives in San Jose. But I like his answers and shit, but he doesn't have the name recognition. This guy has no chance of winning, and he should drop out. Okay? Katie Porter, I think Katie Porter is hands down the best candidate on this stage, without a doubt. Okay? I think Katie Porter is the number one candidate. My only concerns with her are in the current position she is in the fact that she doesn't appear to have a lot of institutional support from the Democratic Party, and she didn't win the Bernie nom. She doesn't have this big grassroots momentum, and the press have been ravaging her, okay, which is why I just don't think it's the right time. I think she would be the best governor, but maybe she rehabs her image, makes nice with the Democratic Party by dropping out of this race, gets back in Congress, and then maybe runs again when Steyer is done, okay? Right? That, I think, is the play. Like, she makes nice and fucking fixes everything, fixes her image, builds that grassroots thing and then follows this guy on the heels of this environmental fighter guy, then she comes in with her progressive ideals. I think that's a serious pathway. She's still young. Okay, how old is Katie Porter? Dude, she is 52, dude. Eight years from now, she'd be 60. Or maybe Steyer only serves 4 years. She runs again in 4 years at 56. Dude, that would be such a great play for her. If she dropped out now and backed Steyer, that would be like, dude, she'd be a fucking hero. Okay, she would be a hero. It's going to be the same with Becerra. If somebody drops out of this race, a Democrat does, and backs Steyer, like that would be the hero. And why Steyer is because right now Steyer is polling the highest. He got the Bernie endorsement, so he has the grassroots support. And right now he's looking like the most favorable to like knock out these two idiots. Okay. And I think a lot of people in California are not opposed to a billionaire being the governor because California is such a moneyed state. Okay. It's like it is, you know, the fourth biggest economy in the fucking whole world, you know, but I really think it's just that Katie has had a bad run, dude. She's like, she doesn't have the same support she had 5 years ago. But again, I would vote for Becerra. I would vote for Steyer. I would vote for Katie. I'd vote for this guy over these two. Dude, these two are fucking clowns. You know what I'm saying? Right? Why is it okay for Porter to be abusive? I don't think it's okay for anybody to be abusive, but I also know that, like, you know, like when people are under a high amount of stress, like sometimes they're not great people, okay? And I think that, like, it's not okay for Porter to be abusive, but it is okay for men to be abusive, so it shouldn't be unokay for women to be abusive. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's my thing. I don't think it's okay for her to be abusive, but like, dude, look at our fucking president, okay? If Donald Trump can get elected, don't tell me Katie Porter's like yelling at her assistant is a problem. I mean, sometimes people are dicks, okay? Dude, I've yelled at fucking, you know, I've yelled at people before. You know, if somebody had a recording of me and put it out in the press, you could make me look like I was abusive, you know? I mean, I don't know, dude. Shit happens.
Thank you. Mr. Mahan, we'll come to you. If you don't finish in the top two on June 2nd, will you endorse your party's nominee? You have 15 seconds.
Well, we don't have party primaries, but assuming there's a Democrat and a Republican, I'll endorse the Democrat, but I will make very clear to them and everyone else that the best resistance to Donald Trump is delivering results in people's lives, just as I've done as the mayor of the third largest city in the state, where we're building thousands of homes.
Mr. Mahan,
we've reduced
thank you.
crime and reduced homelessness.
Dude, did Porter speak on the abuse? Did she speak on it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is the, like, do we have a timestamp for that, Callie? I would love to hear it. Right? Dude, I just think, guys, you know, I think like the thing with the abusiveness is like, I like, for me, I look at, is it like a large pattern? Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at Nancy Mace, where there's a huge turnover with their staff, everybody flees. Everybody who leaves Nancy Mace says she's crazy, she's abusive, she's all this. It looks like a pattern of behavior. Okay. Now with Katie Porter, I know we've seen some videos and there's been some shit going on lately. She had, right. And there's been some stuff, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I don't know. You know, I just think that guys are allowed to be abusive and women are held to a different standard. And so if you're going to get rid of all the abuser guys, then you can start holding the women with that. But if you're going to let guys be abusive, which they are all over the place, then I'm not going to hear it about the women, you know what I mean? But is there a timestamp? Does she talk about it in here? Right? Like, because I would love to see it. Let's look and see. We can just look and see where she talks. All right, let's see here.
3 years under then Attorney General.
Problem in California is that California is zoning so that we build county's on our side. The realtors are mad at me. They're fighting me.
This with
67.
Dude, where
it's
is
really
it?
important that we support other Democrats. I've campaigned for the governor pledge, but supporting other.
Yes, you're
Mr.
Steyer. Thank
Yes, absolutely. And I have a track record of supporting other Democrats. Mr. Steyer likes to talk about his giving pledge, but what he's done with his own money is more give me an opportunity to be the governor. I think it's really important that we support other Democrats. I've campaigned for other people in purple seats. I've raised money for other people. I was a successful fundraiser and a successful campaigner, and I've used that to beat Donald Trump everywhere we can, and I would do the same thing in this race.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, we'll come to you. If you don't finish in the top two on June 2nd, will you endorse your party's nominee? You have 15 seconds.
Well, we don't have party primaries, but assuming there's a Democrat and a Republican, I'll endorse the Democrat, but I will make very clear to them and everyone else that the best resistance to Donald Trump is delivering results in people's lives.
Dude, I would like to see your question. Maybe somebody find me a clip, but I'm not going to dig around for it anymore. But yeah, I don't know. I don't get too worked up about that shit. Like, believe me, if I run for office, they're going to unearth a number of things about me that make me look abusive or make me look whatever, like an asshole. I don't get too worked up about that shit, right? You know, sometimes people are dicks, right? Dude, sometimes, right? You know what I mean? You know, dude, it's a fucking, yeah, that was a weird dig at Steyer. Porter's a toxic boss. Everyone knows it. It doesn't really matter, dude. She can't win right now, okay? She can't. That's why I said, guys, I showed earlier, I wrote her a long note, okay? I did. I wrote Katie Porter a long note, like acknowledging some of the issues she has had with the Democratic Party and how, like, everyone knows that she's in a tight spot and that I think if she drops out of this race and supports Steyer, she will heal a lot of the wounds she created with fucking, you know, the Adam Schiff Senate run, that, like, she rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And, like, I told her flat out, I want to get you back into the game. And I think the way you get back into the game is to drop out and be the hero here and fucking help Steyer win, because he's got the Bernie endorsement. He's got the institutional support of the party. Like, you have a chance to rehab your whole image here, and you have a chance to be the hero and get a fresh reset and become a new person, and, like, then maybe run for governor again after you fix this shit. Like, this is a golden opportunity for you. Please take it and don't waste it. Because I feel like if she doesn't take that and do that, she like, this will probably end her political career, right? I really think that, like, she has an opportunity here to like do this, like, humility thing, be the hero, and refixed it, right? Has she held any office? Oh yeah, dude, she was in Congress and she was like a TikTok sensation with her whiteboard. Night Owls, appreciate your streams, Tommy. Yeah, that's the thing, dude. She had this huge thing with this whiteboard shit that she did in Congress that was amazing, but then she kind of blew up on TikTok. And then what happened was, I think she got really sort of big-headed, okay, with the blowing up on TikTok, okay? She got really big-headed, and then she, like, ran against Adam Schiff as senator, and she fucking, like, pissed off everybody in the Democratic Party. Like, she lost all of her institutional support because she kind of level jumped. Okay, Adam Schiff was running against Trump. He was a big anti-Trumper. He was like a big Trump fighter. It was like his Senate seat he was going to win. And she, like, ran against him and created this whole, like, hullabaloo that fucking made everybody in the party just be like, oh, fuck. All of a sudden, nobody wanted to be near her anymore. And then there was a string of, like, negative press that probably was related to her doing that behavior. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like party insiders that were like, okay, we're going to fucking slam you now because you are like got too big for your britches. And like, she should have just stayed with her thing. It was working, dude. She had this thing, man. And like, but I think she started getting high on her own supply and started thinking like, oh shit, I'm gonna fucking, right? You know? And it's hard though, because here's the thing, guys. Here's what I don't like about this toxic talk, okay? Is if a man gets labeled toxic, it doesn't impede his progress. So don't get on me about a woman being labeled toxic. I don't care if a woman gets labeled toxic. I'm not going to use that to bury her because men get labeled toxic and nobody cares. Okay? So if you're not going to care about men being labeled toxic, don't come at me about women being labeled toxic. That's how I feel. It's like a misogyny thing for me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't like toxic people, but I'm not going to dismiss somebody simply because they're labeled toxic, because a lot of times that's how they crash women. They label women toxic. Oh, they did it to fucking Joanne Hardesty here in Portland. We had a black city council member who took on the police, and she took on the homelessness crisis, and she was really aggressive and a fighter, and they labeled her toxic. And then out of state spent $1 million with this fucking rich guy, Rene Gonzalez, pretending to be this fucking, Hispanic dude, but he was really funded by the big money. They labeled her toxic, and then they got her booted, and she lost her seat, man. So I don't know, man. I don't fucking, spend too much time like worrying about that shit. You know what I mean? I mean, I look at it, but it's not like it's a secondary measurement for me. Okay, it is, because like sometimes people are toxic, man. And it's like I don't know, I don't know, But again, she can't win right now. Okay, she can't win right now. You know what I'm saying? She can't fucking win right now, right? You know what I mean? She can't. She's in a pickle, okay? But again, that, to me, I don't care about that shit, okay? I don't care about that shit. If we got rid of everybody who was toxic, dude, there'd be like fucking 25 people in government. They're all fucking toxic. Dude, I'm toxic. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's toxic, dude, right? Dude, we're all toxic. All the framing about her is about knowing her place. That's so misogynistic. No, that's not misogynistic. Okay? It's like there is a pecking order in the Democratic Party. Okay? And it's not about her being a woman. It's about everybody. If you're in the Democratic Party and you're running for the governor of a state, you have to know what your pecking order is of when you can and can't run. That's how politics works. Okay? There is a fucking power structure. There is an order that exists. There are institutional powers that be in the party, and you need them on your side or the party won't support you. And if the party won't support you, you ain't going to win. That's not about misogyny. I mean, there might be misogyny in the pecking order of who gets the spot. Sure, there's misogyny in everything. But when I talk about Katie Porter and her running against Adam Schiff, it was like she was not going to win that Senate seat. Everybody knew it. I knew it. Everybody knew she wasn't going to win. And she ran anyway, and she caused a huge kerfuffle, and they spent a lot of extra money, and it was this whole big thing when everyone knew she wasn't going to win that fucking seat. It was not her time. And so, like, when you do that, and everybody knows you ain't going to win, and you go and just create a huge ordeal for your own fucking party, nobody's going to support you after that. I mean, think about it, right? If I'm, that's just like, Adam Schiff versus Donald Trump. Dude, she was not winning that Senate seat. She didn't have the profile for it, and exactly. That was like running for the big. That would have been like her running against Kamala Harris for fucking governor. It's like, dude, sit down, Katie Porter. If Kamala Harris ran for governor and Katie's like, I'm going to challenge her and I'm going to throw everything into it, and I'm going to try and kneecap Kamala Harris, dude, people would be like, bro, sit the fuck down, you know? And like, you do have to realize that like when you're part of a party, there are people that have more clout than you, and you sometimes have to like defer to their clout until it's your turn. And that is a part of how politics works. You know, I mean, it is. I'm not saying it's right, okay? Because it's not right, but seniority does exist, and big name profiles do exist. And I think she thought her profile was bigger than it was because of her TikTok success. But TikTok success doesn't really translate into like big party success. You know what I'm saying? That is like factual, right? You know what I'm saying? That's, you know, it's tough. It's tough, right? Right? TikTok isn't real life. No, it's not. But I will say this though. I got really famous in gaming TikTok in 2021. And then I was getting recognized everywhere. In Vegas, we went to a fucking Hawaii, and there were kids at a luau that were coming up, taking my picture with me. Let me just tell you, when you get TikTok famous, it's very intoxicating. It is very intoxicating. And you start feeling like, whoa, shit, dude. I'm like, after a while, you're walking around like, do you recognize me? I mean, it fucks you up a little bit, dude. There were moments where I think I got a little big-headed, okay? So, like, I mean, it's understandable, right? It is understandable. You know what I mean? But I think my thing, though, with Katie Porter, and the reason why, here, I'll show you guys. I showed this earlier, but I'll show you what I did. Dude, what I did, I'm not going to show the gist of it for my own privacy, but I went and I wrote her a long note, guys, about like what I felt was her situation with the Democratic Party. Like I talked a little bit about me and you know who I am as a political content creator, and I talked a little bit about like when I emailed Hillary's campaign with Bernie and what went on in 2016, and then I told her that like I can see the disconnection she has with the party, and that I think this is an opportunity for you to be a hero, okay? This is an opportunity for you to drop out of this race, support Steyer, heal your rift with the Dem Party, become the hero, get back into Congress, and we need you back in the political game. You can rehab your image with the shit you've taken in the press by being the golden child right here. And then you can rebuild this thing and maybe run again when you have everybody on your side. And so I think you should drop out. I think you should seriously consider this. And so we'll see. I don't know. I said if it's a staffer who gets this, please show it to her. Maybe she won't get it. But I think she could really fix a lot of shit. And it could be a renewal. Okay, she could be a renewal. She could start treating her staff differently. She could fucking, it could be a big, like take the humble route and take one for the team. And, you know what I'm saying? And but I tried. I threw it out there. I like to put myself out there, guys. I do. I put myself out to the universe. Maybe it doesn't help. Maybe it does. It never hurts to extend it and give it a shot, right? Let's go, baby. Let's go. You've emailed AOC and everything? Yeah. No, I do. I email people, right? Bradshaw, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just know this, guys, and don't take this the wrong way, but like a lot of politicians are extraordinarily arrogant and willful and they have huge egos. And some of it is required, okay? You can't survive the beating you take as a famous politician if you have a small ego, okay? Those types of people, even content creators, I'm a fucking egomaniac, okay? Make no bones about it. If you talk to Jenny, I am a fucking egomaniac, okay? I have to keep that shit in check. You can't really be a public figure and get canceled and attacked all the time if you're not an egomaniac. You need that type of ego to survive, but then sometimes people don't temper it as well, you know? And so sometimes they make bad decisions, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes they do. Sometimes they make bad decisions and they go all ego, like, fuck it, I'm gonna burn it all down. Dude, or sometimes they're like Cuomo. Dude, look at Cuomo. Dude, let's go. Oh, shit. Right? Cuomo, dude, look at that guy. Dude, what an egomaniac, bro. That guy just destroyed himself. I mean, he was already a piece of shit, but he fucking absolutely destroyed himself. All right, moving on. Let's go to the TPUSA thing, dude. All right, let's go look at this. I don't have a lot of time now because we killed a lot of time with that. But this is fucking interesting, okay? You ready? Let me find, I think maybe I saved it. Did I save it? I think I bookmarked it. That's Laura Trump. We should look at that. Okay, so I did not bookmark it. I know I liked it. Okay, I had to have liked it. Nope, I guess I didn't like it either. Shit, boss. All right. I know how to find it. TPUSA Georgia. All right. This is great. Right here. Okay. You ready? So look at this, guys. Okay. This is the Caroline Maddox. Okay. Okay. So we have a couple of angles here, guys. All right. You ready? This is really good. Okay. So Candace Owens, all right, started this. You remember Georgia, okay? Remember what just happened where J.D. Vance spoke to this mostly empty room, okay? There was a big Georgia speaking, the TPUSA chapter in the University of Georgia. It was their big event, all right? J.D. Vance shows up. Erika Kirk lies and says, oh, security, even though she was speaking like a couple of days later at another event, right? Security was fine all of a sudden, even though the Secret Service had this place locked down. Whatever. There was nobody there. Ticket sales or the ticket giveaways were dismal. It was a bum event, and J.D. Vance got heckled. Well, the head of the TPUSA chapter in Georgia resigned, okay? Now, this is big because they've been rebranding to Club America. Erika Kirk's trying to get him into high schools. TPUSA, big on colleges. But now we have a TPUSA chapter head, a woman resigning after Erika Kirk takes over TPUSA. And so Candace Owens fucking went into this. Okay, let me see. Yeah, let me see if that's the same thing. I think that is. Perfect. But so Candace Owens went off on this. All right, we're going to come back to that. Let's go to Candace. So Candace chimed in on this because, of course, as you might have heard, Candace Owens coming in with this is like, she was like, oh shit, this is big news. Okay, yeah, Candy. Dude, the minute Candy O gets some Erika beef, it is big news, especially in lieu of, you know, Laura Loomer being up her fucking, you know, vagina this whole time. Okay, so here's what Candace said about it. Okay, let's find Candace's thing. Dude, yeah, Laura Loomer. Okay. All right, here we go. So Candace announced this, and here's Candace's. We're going to look at all the versions here. So Candace comes out and says, breaking news, the president of Turning Point's University of Georgia chapter will be resigning later this evening due to the internal treatment and subsequent public lies told by Turning Point executives surrounding Erika Kirk's last-minute cancellation of the event with Vice President J.D. Vance. In short, the excuse peddled by their public relations team was pure fiction, as we all suspected. No, the left was not buying up tons of reservations, as told by Andrew Colvett. To the contrary, the team knew weeks before that there was little interest in the event for a variety of reasons, and Erika's safety was never an issue. Beyond this, the questions at the event were entirely faked, right? Erika, as we reported, was already in Georgia. Now both the Secret Service and the UGA chapter president is claiming that Turning Point not only lied, but rather extraordinarily blamed the public because Erika didn't want to hit the stage. More to follow. And she said, I can't explain how much it breaks my heart to see what this organization has become. Fully elitist, everything Charlie resented. Do you know how many small half-filled events me and Charlie did early on? Charlie would have been on that stage. It wasn't about crowd size to him. Oh, shit, bro. But look, dude, look at this. Laura Loomer, remember? Laura Loomer claimed she was blocked by Candace. But Laura Loomer, as Candace says, she cares about Charlie, but she clearly wants to undermine his organization every chance she gets. Oh, that's weird, Laura Loomer. How are you leaving a message under Candace Owens' tweet if you got blocked? Oh, shit, dude. Candy O wasn't lying when she said Laura Loomer was on her fucking burner account, dude. Dude, that's hilarious. Dude, she did block the burner. All right, so Candace fucking drops this news, okay? Candace drops this news and says that it is, okay, that it is because of internal struggles and all that shit, okay? Now, then though, let's look at the girl's actual announcement. Okay, so this is the announcement from the woman, okay, which is Caroline Maddox. All right. And so let's see where this is. This is the Caroline Maddox. Let's see her. So there she is. This is the TPUSA chapter woman. Oh, how sweet to trust in Jesus. All right. There she is, the Caroline Maddox. This is what a Georgia TPUSA chapter leader looks like. All right. In case you're wondering, there she is. These are the Georgia TPUSA people. Dude, Jesus. All right. All right. Oh my God, dude. Dude, I can smell the racism like right through the fucking profile, dude. Dude, crazy. All right, so now we're gonna look at Caroline Maddox's this is her statement, okay? And she says, like, let me get this here. There we go. Okay, she says, oh shit, dude, sorry. My bad. I'm gonna drop that out so I don't fucking, there we go. Okay. So, dude, that's a pretty fucking good statement, boss. All right, that is pretty sizable. But she says, my name is Caroline Maddox, and I am the president of Turning Point USA at the University of Georgia. Being a part of TPUSA has been a dream of mine for a very long time, and I was prepared to devote my college years to building the UGA chapter and carrying on Charlie Kirk's legacy. Turning Point USA was founded to promote truth, fight for conservative values, encourage independent thought, and defend free speech. However, it became abundantly clear to me following our event on April 14th that TPUSA's mission and purpose have been lost along the way. Oh, fuck, dude. Dude, that is not good press, guys. Let me just tell you, that is brutal, okay? That is brutal. She says, it became evident to me that the organization's current direction no longer aligns with the principles upon which it was founded. I witnessed firsthand what I believe to be the organization's true direction following Charlie's passing, and I have significant concerns about its messaging and current trajectory. Oh, fuck, bro. In light of this, I am resigning from my position as president of the Turning Point USA chapter at the University of Georgia. While I am grateful for the experiences, lessons, and people this chapter has brought me, I can no longer in good conscience continue to represent an organization that I believe has strayed so far from its original purpose and principles. Dude, I love this. Oh my God, she is cooking. Dude, let that girl cook. Oh my God, Charlie spent his life fighting for truth, and I do not believe he would stand for the blatant dishonesty now being spread by the organization that he built. Oh, fuck. Dude, she's calling them all liars. Like, dude, she is ravaging them. And oh my God, dude, this is crazy. And especially, guys, can I just say that the fact that this woman is like saying this is going to hamper their ability to get into high schools now, with this woman basically saying the whole organization are nothing but liars, and they're like, oh, dude, this is bad. This is like an extinction level event. Oh, dude, because it's not even coming from a liberal. It's not a leftist. It's not like some like MSM. It is an internal person, the president of the chapter, being like, I was devoted, and they've ruined it because they're all liars and crooks. Oh shit, dude. Dude, he would Charlie spent his life fighting for truth. I do not believe he would stand for the blatant dishonesty now being spread by the organization that he built. His mission was never about numbers, appearances, or relevance. He showed people the beauty of just having a conversation and inspired an entire generation to make a change. His mission was never about performing, but about encouraging my generation and future generations to stand up for what is right and to fight to save America. I remain committed to standing for truth and fighting for the future of our country, and I will continue to stand firmly in that mission. I know I am not alone, and I look forward to standing alongside others who value integrity, think for themselves, and have the courage to do what is right, even when it's not easy or popular. As Charlie often said, stand for what is right, even if you stand alone. That message guides me, and I will continue to carry it with me in all that I do. Oh, shit, bro. Oh, my God, dude. Dude. Oh, she just fucking cooked. Oh, my God, she cooked them. She absolutely just leveled them. Oh, see, this is wild, too, because she pointed out about the numbers, the appearances, the relevance. So basically what she's saying is that they're liars, they're dishonest, they're no longer what TPUSA was, and basically Erika Kirk is all about appearances and performing, and like it's a numbers thing now. This is not even a message anymore. Dude, she just brutalized them. That is, oh my God, that's beautiful. I love this woman. I love this woman, even though I probably can't stand her, but I love what she's doing. But now other people, though, look at this shit, okay? And then this guy, this like weird, Oh my God, dude. Jesus. Dude, what the fuck is up with this guy, bro? Matthew Bodie, okay? Some rhetoric professor, right? A TPUSA sniffer said, indeed, the TPUSA UGA chapter president has resigned, but not for reasons Candace said. Carolyn Maddox said after the event she can see the organization has gone in a direction Charlie wouldn't want. But dude, she absolutely said what Candace had said. She implied that they're lying, they're dishonest, the direction had changed, and she mentioned the numbers and shit and that specific event. So she was absolutely saying that it was because Erika lied about not being there because it wasn't big enough. Like Erika's too big. Erika, this woman who just, did nothing for this org and took it over. And now it's like, that's not a big enough crowd for me to go out and do my 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? And yeah, Anna, absolutely. That message, like, as much as I don't like these right wingers, this message was very heartfelt. You're right. Very good to key in on that. It was very oh my God, I was ready to commit my whole college to working for Charlie because of him dying. And now the organization is so corrupt and so not Charlie that I can no longer do this. Dude, 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? Dude, yeah, and people are roasting him. Dude, right? She cited blatant dishonesty shouldn't be about numbers. She proved Candace to be right. Oh, dude, let them cook, bro. Let them cook, dude. Right? Oh, fuck, dude. This is wild, guys. Okay? Dude, this is wild, bro. All right, I want to see this clip.
And I will tell you that we, Tyler would tell the story. I'll let him tell it because he was more directly involved. He put together a whole group of people that are based in Virginia, that are based in D.C., conservative groups, and put a proposal together to train those groups to deploy our ballot chase efforts the way we do it and the time frame it would take. And there was a big proposal put forward, and it was turned down. And people didn't want to fund it. So it is what it is.
Yeah. You know what it is, though? You know what it is? So MAGA don't want to fund them, right? Like, that's crazy. Okay, this is about Virginia. Okay, Scott Pressler, remember our favorite fucking LGBTQ America Firster? This guy takes millions from the Republican Party. He went to Virginia to win against the fucking referendum, and he lost like he always does because this guy is completely incompetent. Everywhere this guy goes, he loses. He goes on Fox News. He bilks millions from the Republican Party. But, dude, he loses. He's terrible. Okay? But anyway, he was in Virginia doing the big Virginia thing. Dude, TPUSA tried to get money to go work in Virginia, and they got turned down because, guys, even MAGA and TPUSA MAGA have split. Okay? Charlie and TPUSA are the reason Trump got elected. No bones about it, dude. They were knee deep in the fake electors. They were knee deep in J6. They were knee deep in the cover up afterwards. And they were knee deep in weaponizing white young men against transgender people and women in order to help Donald Trump win. Okay? But now nobody really likes these guys because they're fucking grifting, bro. They are grifting. They're now not at all like Charlie, dude. Testicle deep. Yes. Testicle deep. Dude, it is crazy though how these guys are on the outs and now they're being called liars. Dude, this is so beautiful, guys. This is beautiful because let me just tell you, okay? Can I just say that there's a reason why Erika Kirk is trying to go into the high schools, okay? Because everybody who is in college is already anti-Netanyahu, okay? Everybody who is in college, it doesn't matter if you are right or left. Almost every college kid in America who watched Gaza and went through this shit are anti-fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. Everybody with an education knows he is slime. Netanyahu and his people are now funding TPUSA. They are funding Erika Kirk. They may well all have been in cahoots to get rid of Charlie Kirk, okay? But like, dude, they can't sell that shit in college anymore, okay? This is why, guys, okay? This is why they cannot sell it in college, okay? TPUSA is done in college. You saw the Graham Allen video? You gotta be man. Oh shit, you gotta work harder. Nobody's buying that shit. Their days in colleges are over. They're cooked. So that's why they're trying to get into high schools and middle schools so they can infect that fucking try to get the young kids to come out being like Israel, yay, Netanyahu, yay, right? They're trying to brainwash them like when they're young, but they're being fought, guys, okay? They're being fought. We're going to look at one of the cases tomorrow. I can't really go into it tonight because I do have to go make some videos. But like, fuck these guys, bro. It is very much like that. The Zionist evangelicals have like committed a coup and they have taken over the white nationalist fucking TPUSA. Dude, that's why they're rebranding it as Club America. But this we have to fight. Like, that's why I'm making a lot of videos about this, because we do have to fight Erika Kirk on this battleground, okay? There will be no, like Netanyahu Zionist Club America infiltrating our fucking high school and middle schools. Not a chance, okay? Get your fucking Netanyahu claws off of the kids, you fucking pedo weirdos. And dude, everyone Erika Kirk is in bed with is like a child molester, okay? Harvest Church in Riverside where she spoke, Greg Laurie, they have a whole bunch of lawsuits from Romania for sex trafficking. Dude, then she's working with the church she was just at, Dream City in Arizona. They have more SA with underage girls. And dude, she's a Trumpian, Epstein adjacent. They're all dirty, man. This is all child SA creepy fucking Netanyahu shit, bro. Like, no. Sorry, Erika Kirk. Fuck off. No, thank you. Not happening. Not on my watch. Okay? Not happening. Okay? You ready? Dude, we got a dance party in the works. Dude, I'm pumped. I'm ready, dude. I'm ready to go 𝗙ecie up on this shit, boss. All right, I want to see the rest of this clip, though.
You know, it's until our side invests the same amount of money and enthusiasm in GOTV, in canvassing, in voter relationships, voter reg, as it does it with consultants and media buyers, we're going to continue to come up just short, and the country's going to really be damaged as a result. That's just the bottom line.
Dude, nobody's investing in you guys because you're charisma-less weirdos polishing Benjamin Netanyahu's knob. Oh, come here, Benny. Oh, come here, Netanyahu. Let me polish. Oh, yeah, let's kill some more school children. Dude, fuck you, TPUSA. You fucking bald weirdos. You weirdos like tweeting from Charlie Kirk's account. You fucking weirdos like doing a podcast next to the empty chair and having the tent that Charlie died in for people to take pictures in. Like, dude, you garish MFers, what are you guys doing, bro?
Have to be demanding more ballot chase, more canvassing, because, yeah, you got to have the media spend. You got to have the air war and the ground war. They have to come together in the middle, because, listen, you can't do one or the other. And, by the way, if you're going to continually get outspent when you're sitting on mountains of cash, which, if you kind of tally it together, all these PACs and all these groups.
Dude, there's still, it says the Charlie Kirk show, bro. They're still like doing a show, like they're doing the Charlie Kirk show with no Charlie Kirk. Like, bro, you are, there's no way this shit lasts. You're milking his clout and you're looking like a bunch of fucking ghouls, and you guys have no personality. You look like creepy, rapey used car salesmen.
On the right, we have a lot of cash right now. And you can say, oh, we're keeping our powder dry for the midterms. You just lost 4 House seats.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys have like $250 million. Why don't you pay for it yourself, you fucking assholes? Dude, fuck these guys, bro. Dude, these guys. Oh, shit, boss. They're so creepy, bro. Dude. Oh, my God. Look at this shit. Watching conservatives pretend to enjoy Kid Rock's music is like watching someone eat gas station sushi just to prove they're patriotic. Somebody said if his name was Adult Rock, MAGAs would find him less appealing. Dude, if his name was Adult Rock, nobody would go to the show, bro. Dude, they're all like pederasts. All of these guys are pederasts and grifters and creepers. Dude, they're so creepy. Dude, can I show you? I have a good Kid Rock meme with Trump. You ready? Look at this, dude. You ready? This one is great, boss. Hold on, let me find it. This one. You ready? Look at this. Trump, I heard there was a kid in here. Dude, there it is. Look at that, dude. Trump, I heard there was a kid in here. Dude, isn't that the best? Oh, dude, so good. So good, bro. Oh, Jesus. That is amazing. All right. Dude, I'm gonna go make some videos. I'm gonna fucking go, like, we got a dance party coming. It's time for a little deja vu, right? Go Mets, baby. Let's go. Dude, the only thing that would make that meme better is if we had a little, like, Chad Bianco in the corner, right? Dude, what a weirdo, bro. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks for being here, guys. I'm really glad we get to go through this shit together. Okay? I am. I'm glad we get to go through this shit together, guys. It's a lot of chaos, dude. Dude, Killa, let's go, dude. Thank you, boss. Let's go. Oh, all right. It's time to get it. Yo. Little deja vu. Let's go, baby. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
feeling that I have now, almost a bit holy, notion that I will make it out somehow.
Let's go, baby! Let's go. Oh, shit, lost. Before I do it again, do you need anything like I need you? So I hope. Let's go. Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna fucking go make some videos. Do you need